day of conference, of our international conference, Evidence for Equity and the Educational Transformation, organized by SUMMA. This is the Laboratory for Latin America and the Caribbean, together with the Education Endowment Foundation and the EEN. Also, we would like to thank the support for the organization of this initiative from the Student Prize and also for the development IDRC from Canada through the regional centers of exchange of knowledge and also information in innovation kicks. Today we're going to start by trying to go in deeper in the role of the evidence to go into an educational system that is more equitable for everybody, with an important focus in the population that are more vulnerable and historically excluded in our society. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to share experiences and visions to visualize best practices at the level of an educational policy from a systemic point of view. We cover the importance of the financing in that it is set in a better management of the resources, and we've got certain recommendations to cover different challenges at the level of the policies, the professional development and effective practice that would allow to have some significant transformation. Today, we're going to be covering from the different panels and presentation the transformation from school, from an equality point of view. We will go deeper in the best practices in the school in different places in the world that have shown to be a safe and effective to reinforce and to reduce the inequality in our educational system. This is focusing with the migrants, people with disabilities, people that are in prison, and the LGBTI population. Today, we're going to be talking about those populations that are more excluded. How are we post-pandemic and also the learning experiences? So we really hope that this is going to be a quite fruitful day, and also the international organizations, institutions of the civil society that are here with us today, and some actors from the communities and the different networks such as RN and KICS. Javier Gonzalez, please take the floor, Director of SUMMA. So he's going to tell us about the challenges that we're going to face in the educational transformation from the school. So Javier, please, the floor is all yours. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure, really. Once again, we can start with a new day together with our dear guest ministers, authorities of international organizations, and also the civil society, from the academia, of course, and in summary of friends and colleagues, partners of this journey that was started 8 years ago. Yesterday, we saw that the region has got stuck. And this is not something that happened in 1 year. It is something that has a decade in the case of our region that is stuck, both in the political, economical aspect, and also the educational aspect. And that is why, I'm sorry, I've got a cold from yesterday. We've got this dance from Easter Island for the ones who joined us during dinner. And we saw that when we say that we're stuck, requires as a moral imperative, as the president of the foundation Christian Cox the need of having this agenda of transformation. UNESCO said that helped us to imagine, and the Ministry of the Regions went from the commitment to the action. All of this in a framework that we would like to put the focus in the historical wound of our region, which is the inequality and the lack of inclusion or a lack of commitment to really recognize and to value each other, but even more importantly, to build over our diversity. So focusing on that to try to reduce that focus, we have said in this seminar that we would like to cover the financing and also the classroom. Two things that we have been working quite strongly in the region. Just to mention a few, what we are doing at this point at SUMMA today, we are providing consultancy to Nicolás Cataldo in two bills. One that has to do with the new public education, or support started in April of this year, and also with the preferential one. And those are key to have the financing of a system that historically, and Martin Carnoy said in his report of the OECD in the year 2004, they said that that was one of the most important quotes of that report, saying that the Chilean system was made to reduce the inequality. And I would say that in most of the countries of Latin America and also in Europe, in the US, and so on. And as Martin said, they are still there, and probably implicitly they are designed as this fight of classes to reproduce the inequalities. So in Chile, we're working on this. We're working on with the international we have been working with the IDB. In El Salvador, we are working with a reform that it is under decision. We're talking about some points of the GDP that we would like to mobilize in terms of this important reform that we have set in El Salvador. That is in terms of financing, but in terms of the school, I have said that this is the second topic of this seminar in this logic that we want to change the inequality in the structural point, but also in the classroom. And in the classroom, we believe that this is key. The pedagogical point, and I would say that this is the first point, the first backbone of the transformation, has to do with that interaction. What do we learn? How much do we learn? And with the focus of the student in the middle. So we have been working on that in the whole region by providing funds to generate a laboratory of innovation, both in the Caribbean as in Latin America. We have financed a series of projects so that we can generate innovation supported by different partners, but within a network of mentoring with Monterrey, with the University of Los Andes, with the Catholic University here in Chile. We have had this network, but not only we promoted this through the financing and mentoring to this topic of the pedagogical innovation, but we have made our own innovation in the classroom with the teachers and real students at a local level. But as we will explain, we will hear this from Rafael Carracto, the underdirector of SUMMA. We have taken this to base the practices, the practices, the pedagogical practices of a high impact. So we have been working with the answers to COVID in Panama, here in Chile as well, and in the initial training to everything that has to do with the West Indies University. We believe that these two pillars are not the only one, but they are key of financing that will enable this reduction of the gap and everything that has to do with the classroom. Everything needs to be focused on the evidence. It is very important what we're going to hear today. We will start with Rukmini. Rukmini, I don't have to introduce her. And thank you very much to the Jidan Foundation. We were able to have her. She came from India to Chile, so we all know. I have been there many times. So this is a long, long trip. So we're really thankful, Rukmini, to have you here, and also because of Rotam, and it has been a revolution in terms of what is the education in poverty and the acquisition of fundamental skills. So we will hear from Jaime Saavedra, the experience of the World Bank. Jaime has been at the ministry for many decades now, pushing what is the educational transformation, both structural and also in the classroom, but also from the World Bank through this rapid strategy, which is an acronym with several steps that Jaime will show us. But basically, it's trying to activate the educational system to give an answer in this period post-pandemic, which is going to be longer than expected. Tracy Burrent, she's going to tell us how to mobilize that evidence, which is quite important in our system to enable it. And then we've got two key panels in the recovery and also what we have called the pedagogy and education at the border. What's happening in prisons? What's happening? We've got people coming from Jordan that will tell us what's happening with the migrants and also the refugee camps in Palestine, UNICEF, and also we have called it the border because this is a situation of a high vulnerability of human rights with a high complexity in order to cover the needs of that population. Without further ado, and the same thing as was yesterday, I just want to say that we've got 800 people live via streaming, and I understand that 180, 170 people here in the room. So we've got lots of people, and thanks to you, we're here on the second day because basically it has been a party of knowledge and also as a party where we were able to dance from Easter Island and so on. But it has been a party of exchange of knowledge, visions, and four continents of everybody who came here from New Zealand, from Europe, and America in all its extension. So once again, thank you very much. And please, Val, the floor is all yours. Javier, thank you very much. I really want to invite Valdez Mendez, the Chief of Education of UNESCO, and he is going to be talking about the transformation of the educational systems in our region. So please, the floor is yours.
Morning, buenos días, bom dia. We have people coming from, as Javier was mentioning, from all parts of our world. So allow me to speak in English so we can reach these folks that have been traveling for so far away. And also that might be a bit influenced by some pisco sour as well. So we need to make a bit their life a bit better. So allow me to do this in English so we help these friends in need. So I'd like to start with a huge thank you to SUMMA, to the Endowment Foundation, the Education Endowment Foundation, and also the Evidence in Education for Education Network for this special invitation. Greetings to all the colleagues coming from the UN. I have a colleague from UNESCO, the Institute for Capacity Building in Africa, also joining, and many others from the GP KICS. And I won't list all the organizations because I'm sure I will miss some of them. Also, amics que venen de Barcelona parlant en català, també, o sigui, we have, here we go, Xavier Bonal. Anyway, we have a lot of people and experts coming from different parts of the world. So it's an honor to be speaking to you on behalf of UNESCO, and seeing all of you here together to work on the impact of evidence on the transformation of education systems with this special focus on equity that is in the heart, in the core of UNESCO mandate, in the core of our SDG 4, the Sustainable Development Goal dedicated to education. And also was in the core of the Transform Education Summit that was called by the UN Secretary General, in which what we as organization try to do is put education yesterday here that was a need, an imperative. Yesterday here that was a need, an imperative. Also would like to congratulate SUMMA for these 8 years. And I was telling yesterday, it seems, I don't know, 50 years of work, because what you achieve in this short amount of time, I think is impressive. And is a great work to show, I think, to foster the collaboration within this global south and the global north, and also to bring these global dimensions together. And this, I think, is really, really important in our days. And I would like to share with you, the local, my beloved Chilean and Latin American, also the internationals, that Chile and the region is in the spotlight of the transformation of education, and in the, let's say, the transformation, the social transformation. And I will give you some examples why this is happening. We have this year, first in January, we started with a ministerial meeting, with a UNESCO meeting that the ones of you that came yesterday heard about it. We brought together all the region, 33 ministers from the Caribbean to all the region, and delegations to work on education and also in the financing of education. We have some ministers aquí that joined us in that moment. Apart from that, we did in the following months a meeting with the whole UN chief of the main principals of the whole UN organizations, came to Santiago as well with our Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. And we had a meeting here, okay, to try to see from the South what is happening and how we can move this UN organization towards even more comprehensive and inclusive organization. Apart from that, we have UNESCO, we did the global conference on World Press Freedom Day that was focused on global environment crisis, but even more, it was an event that underscored the importance of education for sustainable development, but evidence, and try to bring more data on misinformation and disinformation that is deeply connected. And maybe we will hear from Tracy Burns, the connection between these and education, right? So we also have, if we do a bit of a travel and we cross the Andes and go to Brazil a bit, it's quite close, but so imagining that we have this year the presidency of the G20, this group of countries, and we have there in a couple of months the UNESCO Global Education Meeting. So we'll have the whole world also in the region, and we'll have as well some of the regional ministers joining us there and other actors. More than that, we have the region, I think, has the honor to be chairing the high-level steering committee for the SDG 4. That all these acronyms seem like a very difficult language to understand, but this is the main, the maximum organism of coordination of the SDG 4. And there we have many of the actors that are here are sitting at this table to try to speed up the execution of this SDG 4. And we have Chile. The Chilean president, President Boric, is the co-chair, together with UNESCO's director, of this international committee. So we have Latin America, let's say, driving the discussion at the global level. So this is the first time that is happening. So I think this is memorable and shows the leadership of this region. And on top of that, we have a regional committee that is doing the work in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also we have Chile and Brazil leading now this committee. And if we walk in terms of what we are doing, and do a look into the UNESCO work, we have here the laboratorium, the Latin American Laboratory for the Evaluation of the Quality of Education. is this initiative that has been, I would say, developed, and maintained a contextualized and comprehensive measurement of education, learning outcomes for 3 decades. So it is an instrument that we have that is owned by the countries that has been 30 years working, bringing data and bringing evidence base to the region. And this, we can say that is the oldest large-scale evaluation survey that actually predated PISA even. So the region has been already looking into the need of evidence-based much before than many of other instruments in the world. So, and would say that the value of this instrument is that it informs education systems about their strengths, obviously, but also challenge, but also it contributes to the development of an evaluation culture. So we are working together with countries to actually embed this need, to have evidence-based culture. So the new cycle is targeting around 200,000 students, covering more than 20 million students in the region. So it's the largest study, as I mentioned, in our region. We are already working on social emotional skills. We are working with our data to analyze the migrant population, the people on the move. We are exploring other areas more than the basic competencies. But what I think is interesting that we are working with students, obviously, but also their families, teachers, school principals. So also bring this dimension, the social emotional skills dimension. So if we continue this travel in terms of the data, we see that, and we like to say that our instrument is more than a test, because it builds these technical capacities, it fosters this culture of evidence-based, and it generates a collaboration among the countries that are part of this instrument. So it's not about just the test, it's about working together to have this culture. And I think this is very important for the region. And the study is aligned to different international standards tests, and we have a high-level technical council that we call CETAN, and we have some members here, like the Dr. Trace Burns that is with us today. Yet, I think through the implementation of this study, UNESCO is looking to create a better dialogue with the ministers of education, because just having the data and the studies is not enough. So, and here it's not just UNESCO, it's with SUMMA, with all the partners that we are here to connect with the ecosystem that includes also the UNESCO Institute of Statistics, the GEM report that SUMMA also contributed in the past and now, the SDG benchmarks that are evolving and trying to capture what is the data there in terms of the evolution of the SDG 4, and also the new indicators that we are bringing following up the Transform Education Summit, adding new indicators to really push this, let's say, is a fast track to push the implementation of SDG 4. We also have another, I think, powerful tool that I'd like as UNESCO to put at your disposal, that is this SDG coordination mechanism. So we will have in the region a group of ministers trying to work together that we can connect even further with your work. And I would say that if you look at the UNESCO theory of change, we can see some 5 elements that I would like to share with you, because maybe from that, this can be an entry point for your work. The first one is data, evidence, and policy and monitoring. So it's all related to what we are talking here. The second is the norms and the standard setting, that here we have these concrete recommendations for countries, some of them that go to the parliament, like the recognition of accreditation and knowledge for the higher education systems, and many others. So we have concrete instruments to try to make countries to commit to evolve in this transformation. The third one is capacity development. So the work we do with ERSI, yes, is an example, but also the work that, for example, my colleague coming from Africa, the Institute for Capacity Building for Teachers. So they work directly with teachers, the practitioners. Then the fourth one, catalyzing regional and international cooperation. That is, we also do together with you. No? And the last one is the laboratory of ideas and policy advice that also connects with this space. So we are open this to all of you. This is part of our system, but without you, we cannot advance these 5 elements. And allow me to do a very short deep dive in terms of the data component. As you know, we have this different research. It's not just the main instrument, but if we take a look in the data, we know we are not doing well. No? And let me not be so endogamic. Let's take a look at PISA, for example. If we take a look in the latest results, we know that 7 out of 10 students do not achieve minimum competencies in mathematics. So this is really bad. It's 7 of 10 students are not achieving the minimum. In our study in NERSI, 8 of 10, we can see this is early, no, is the 3rd and 6th grade. We can see that 8 of 10 students did not reach the minimum competency level in mathematics, and 7 out of 10, again, do not reach the minimum in reading, okay, in 6th grade. So 7 of 10 children, they don't know, they don't understand reading, no? So I think from the research perspective, we need to ask what is happening, no? What's happening here? And we have Carmen Sotomayor that is leading with us research in terms of understanding with our data, with our curricula, for example, why this is happening. And we are seeing, and we can talk to Carmen later, that part of the elements are that children, they don't know how to decode the reading, you know, through the reading. And also, they are not enjoying reading because they don't understand. They cannot decode, they don't enjoy, and then this is a terrible vicious circle. No? So we need more understanding, more research, and we have data. We need to bring this data, and we need you to do more research. And we have big champions here. So join us, not just with money, but to exploring this data. We need to understand why 7 of 10 children is not learning. Come on, we are not stupid, no? We are here, we're supposed to be smart, but something is happening. So the invitation is to come with us and try to see, to resolve this puzzle, right? And I remember very vividly the video that SUMMA showed yesterday, you know, that community in Peru, and connected very deeply with a story in Brazil. It was in the south of Brazil. A young girl, 6 years old, could not go to school. She was one of 6 girls. They need to work in the farm trees because that is you're supposed to do. And thanks to a teacher that was very engaged in these things, convinced the parents of this girl to go to school. She needs to work, and this is real. She needs to work 6 kilometers to go, 6 to come back, and eventually she managed, okay? So we need this, but we need this connected to an ecosystem. And this little girl, she studied until the 4th grade, okay? She's my mom, forgive me for the personal sharing here. But thanks to these kind of actions, we can transform lives. And the video we saw yesterday that SUMMA showed is another example. These are not just statistics. These are real people that we need to support. And when we say that they are failing, they are not failing. We are failing as educators, as experts. So every one of these children here and in all parts of the world, because the so-called developed countries are really they have many, many people out of schools and out of the systems. So we need to work to try to solve this. And I think we need to double our efforts in terms of exploring uncharted territories in evidence that we are not seeing, potentially we are not seeing. Try to look into the intersection of inequalities that we have and we will be exploring today. And analyze the micro, meso, and the micro, the meso, and macro levels. And I remember David Instance, former colleague at the OECD, that worked a lot on this, no? How we can bring these dimensions to bring radical change. And I would say, let's stop with the Band-Aid solutions. Let's stop working in a specific, just one little thing here. we need to bring this together. And I was talking to Montserrat, the former minister of Ecuador as well, and saying that we need this ecosystemic view. And we need, I think, this new social contract for education that in the UNESCO report, Futures of Education, we talk about. But we also need a social contract among us, among the researchers and the academics that are here with us today. So the invitation we do is that we have huge challenge, and I'm finishing, don't worry. And I think we need to reconceptualize these different levels and make this transformation from macro to micro and bring them together in ways that they are relevant for the individual practitioner that will be working with them today here, and as for the policymakers. So we need to have these both dimensions connected. And let me invite you to really be bold. So we are, and I'm sorry for this negative view, but we are failing. Okay, we are here with our nice suit, clothes, whatever, but we have people out there that are not learning. So, and as we said, we have never had so much knowledge in this society, right? And it's not enough. So let's bring our minds together and our knowledge, our institutions, and try to solve this problem. We need to transform this education. We need a radical transformation. And for that, we need to come together and work better together. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Muchas gracias, Valtencir, por este llamado.
Thank you very much for this call to action, to work and to also think long term, as Valtencira was saying, and to work together and to find solutions that are so small, that are each on their own, and not do it that way, but to unite our effort, to think together and be able to go forward that way, and also to place a face on that data. It is children we are working with, young people we are working with, and we have to transform it's important to transform their lives. And now we will continue with a video of Andrea Schleicher, Director of the Education, Director of the OECD. She was not able to come to be here with us today, but she did not want to lose the opportunity to come and talk about the different challenges and recommendations regarding her path and experience. So I'm going to leave you with this video to be able to listen to Andreas.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me. And you couldn't have chosen a more relevant topic for your conference. The most impressive outcome of world-class education systems is that they deliver high-quality education across the entire school system so that every student benefits from excellent teaching. Achieving greater equity in education isn't just a social, justice imperative. It's also a way to use resources more efficiently. Take Chile as an example. Chile isn't doing badly in education overall, for example, as measured by its performance in OECD's PISA assessments. But Chile has an extraordinarily long trail of poor performers in school. If Chile would ensure that every 15-year-old student would achieve at least level 2 on PISA, and that simply means, acquiring the most basic foundation skills, then those 15-year-olds would add over 1,400 billion US dollars to the Chilean economy over their working life. In other words, the benefits of greater equity in education outweigh any conceivable costs by a very large margin. But it's still not easy to achieve. In advanced economies characterized by high productivity workplaces, education is closely linked to individual and aggregate economic success. And that provides clear incentives for everyone to study and for societies to invest in education for all. And when everybody gets a good education, earns a good salary and pays taxes for the education of everybody's children, then the benefits of economies are widely distributed and can support strong public school systems for the next generation. And that makes universal education investments attractive for policymakers. And the dynamic of growing investment in education, leading to growing income in the next generation, then fuels educational mobility in an upward spiral. But in contrast, in countries where large sectors of the economy do not rely on skilled labor, but often operate at low skills equilibrium, where companies pay poor salaries for low skills in labor intensive industries, then there are few incentives for people to study and for the public to invest in high quality education for everyone. And those at the top of the economic pyramid can easily buy themselves out of the poorly funded public education system with private schools that develop the advanced skills their children need for high-paying jobs. And it then requires an extraordinary political commitment of policymakers to ask those people to pay taxes to finance the education of other people's children. And that can become easily a downward spiral with growing social and economic disparities. And still, it's essential to change that dynamic. What wise parents want for their children is what the government should want for all children. Children from wealthier families will always find many open doors to a successful life, but children from poor families often have just one single chance in life, and that's finding a great teacher and a good school. If they miss that boat, typically they face an uphill struggle in life. Subsequent educational opportunities in life tend to reinforce early outcomes in education. So if you look around the world, equitable education systems are good at aligning resources with needs. When it comes to material resources, much progress has been achieved, but attracting the most talented teachers to the most challenging classrooms is what remains most difficult. And it's not as simple as paying teachers who work in disadvantaged schools more. It requires holistic approaches in which teachers feel supported in their profession, in their personal life, when they take on additional challenges, and when they know that additional effort will be valued, will be publicly recognized. It is difficult for teachers to allocate scarce additional time and resources to children with the greatest needs. People who laud the value of diversity in classrooms are often talking about the classes of other people's children. It is generally difficult to convince socioeconomically advantaged parents whose children go to school with other privileged children that, everyone is better off when classes are socially diverse, even though science is showing exactly that. Policymakers too find it hard to allocate resources where the challenges are greatest and where those resources can have the biggest impact. And often because poor children usually don't have someone lobbying for them. If schools are popular, house prices in their catchment areas will rise, further segregating the population. And people with fewer assets, income, and education end up finding housing where education and social opportunities are poorer. And the result is that in most countries, differences in education outcomes related to the social inequalities are stubbornly persistent. Too much latent talent remains wasted. But the recipe for achieving progress is not that difficult. When I visited the state of Ceará in Brazil, I saw how the highest performing schools there received a significant reward in additional financial resources that allowed them to hire more specialized teachers and experts. But they were not using those additional resources in their own school. They were required to allocate them to the schools that struggle most. So everyone won. The high-performing schools gained additional prestige and an expanded team. The low-performing school benefited from the expertise of the high-performing schools, which might have been more valuable to them than, actual additional money. Shanghai in China manages to attain both high scores in PISA and low variation in student performance across the schools in the province. And again, this is not come about by chance, but by a determined effort to convert weaker schools into stronger schools. And those efforts include systematically upgrading the infrastructure of all schools to similar levels, to establish a system of financial payments to schools serving disadvantaged students, by establishing clear career structures that incentivize high-performing teachers to teach in disadvantaged schools. And it also involves pairing high-performing districts and schools with low-performing districts and schools, so that the authorities in each can exchange and discuss their development plans with each other, and institutes for teachers' professional development can share their curricula, their teaching materials, their good practices. The government commissions strong public schools to take sometimes over the administration of weak ones by having the strong school appoint one of its experienced leaders, such as, a vice principal, to be the principal of the weak school, and sending a team of experienced teachers to lead in teaching. And the underlying expectation is that the ethos, the management style, and the teaching methods of the high-performing school can be transferred to the poor-performing school. The decision in some of Germany's states to change from 3 educational streams to 2 has contributed to the improvement in equity in Germany over recent years. Along the same lines, Poland realized a substantial reduction in the share of poorly performing students by converting a secondary school system that was primarily organized by social class into one in which all classes of students are enrolled in comprehensive schools. Japan's decision, taken in the 19th century to break with a stratified school system, made it possible for Japan to create schools in which all Japanese children have now a good chance of achieving world-class outcomes, and that's what we see in PISA. Sweden calculates the funding that it sends to each school based on a formula intended to make sure that every school has what it takes to implement the country's curriculum. And according to this formula, for example, isolated communities above the Arctic Circle get far more for the education of their students per capita than, students in large cities. And that is because there are fewer students enrolled in high schools than in the city who will take a certain course, say physics. So classes will be smaller, but all students, no matter where they live, are entitled to be taught in physics because physics is a required course in the curriculum. It's along the same lines. Swedish schools with a greater share of immigrant students will get more resources than schools with fewer immigrant students. And in 2016, I had the privilege to chair the selection committee for the 2016 Pupil Premium Awards in the United Kingdom, an initiative that provides schools with additional resources for each disadvantaged student. On the one hand, the Pupil Premium is not that unique. The kind of formula-based funding is actually now common practice in many countries. But the way in which the Pupil Premium has sparked ideas in some of England's most disadvantaged schools is truly remarkable. England gives schools wide discretion in how to use the Pupil Premium, and the accompanying accountability requirements are really exemplary. Essentially, schools can allocate those extra resources as they see fit, but they need to point to and explain the evidence base for their decisions, and they need to account for their decisions to the public, and that's really important. And it means they can enhance the instructional system, but they can also integrate a wider range of social services into the school environment that they deem to be critical for supporting disadvantaged students. Singapore sends its best teachers to work with the students who are having the greatest difficulty meeting Singapore's high standards. In Japan, officials in the prefectural offices will transfer good teachers to schools with weak faculties to make sure that all students have, capable instructors. What you see from all of this is that there are many concrete examples for how countries have moved the needle. How we treat the most vulnerable students and citizens shows who we are as a society. Providing equitable education opportunities is actually not a technically complex issue. And the PISA data show that in some countries and in some schools in many countries, even the most disadvantaged children can be high performers in schools because all children can learn in the right conditions. And enabling them to do so is one of the smartest investments that Chile can make into the future of its country. Thank you.
Esperamos.
We hope you enjoyed this video and the words from Andreas, who was with us today in a virtual manner. And to continue with our presentations, I would like to invite Rafael Carrasco to come with Transforming Schools in Latin America and the Caribbean, Promoting Collaboration, Dialogue, and Metacognition in the Classroom. Rafael is subdirector of SUMMA, and he has great experience in educational policy, and he is also a part of in the agency of the Ministry of Chile, and he worked 8 years in the Ministry of Education in different positions and roles. Rafael, please.
Okay. Muy buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning, everyone. To the ones who are here today, the ones who are watching us via streaming, and especially the ones that came yesterday and today, they've got the strength to came back and be with us today. It has been quite interesting, the words of Andreas, because of the messages of hope and the potential that this educational improvement may have if we work together and if we've got a purpose to do this and to do it in a smart manner, to be wise by using the learning and experience of other systems that may guide us in the improvement that we are having in the different countries and systems. Well, the idea of this presentation has to do with connecting with what we said yesterday with more structural reforms. But the idea is how can we connect the evidence, the experience, the international experience regarding what's going to happen in the classroom, and because of something that we mentioned yesterday, which is the work of teachers, and it has been key by making a difference in what are the global learnings, and also by trying to reduce the inequality. I just want to take a couple of minutes because many of the people who are here that don't know SUMMA, I just want to tell you who are we. SUMMA, it is the lab of research and innovation for Latin America and the Caribbean, which was created 8 years ago. We are celebrating this 8 years. It was created by the IDB and supported by the ministries of the region in different countries. And our mission has to do with the promotion of the quality of education, but also by understanding that this is an essential role that cannot be taken away, and focusing in the inclusion and equality. Not only we need to have a quality and inclusive quality, and our focus has to do with enriching the quality that will have an impact in to the ones that have less advantages. But the way in which we cover this has to do that we're based on principles. What we discussed today with Walter Sick from UNESCO, education as a right. And what we have been working during this conference is based on evidence and the global experience by trying to facilitate and enrich what we're doing in the region, but at the same time by giving a context to what we have and by enriching from their own experience. We said that yesterday that the region has a lot to learn, but a lot to contribute as well. And we also work with institutions at different levels, at the level of universities, of the educational schools, and also these vocational schools. And this is an improvement, and that is based and oriented by the evidence in such a way that we can reinforce the educational development from the experience and wisdom to share the dialogue in a global manner. I just want to tell you that in SUMMA we work with 4 pillars that has to do with the research, and Walter Caesar was talking about the report because everybody without exception we got the conditions of inclusion in the region, and today we're going to cover a second pillar that has to do with the mapping and the synthesis, something that we're doing in innovation because we believe it is very important to have experience and a point where we can connect the theory and the practice in such a way that we can show that there is a possibility, and most importantly, and that's why we are here today in everything that has to do with the advocacy and the work in the network. A context, because of what Walter Sige just mentioned, we need to remember what's happening in the region, and because of the learning experiences that we want to do. Taking as the reference the last PISA results in Math 2022, post-pandemic, or after we finish the pandemic, and if we see a ranking of how the countries in the region are and we put it into colors, we can see that the region is a little bit behind from the measurement of learning. And still, what the Martin said yesterday, this is quite guided to what is the reality of poverty, the reality of the lack of resources. This is not something that we are necessarily doing, and the responsibility has to do why we're not number one. Well, because of the conditions of the region is not allowing us to be in the first place. So it means that there is a lot to do. So by translating this and what Val said in the practice, it means that the secondary education, the 75% of our students is not reaching what is expected at the level of math. Language, they go a little bit better because we've got a 50 or 60% of students that reach the level compared to what's happening in the OECD, that at least half of it or a third of them have a better condition. So if we translate this, and I'm going to take this exercise from the Inter-American Bank in years of experience, we see that the region is several years behind to what is the average of the OECD. We're 3 or 4 years behind. It means in practice that our girls and boys are finishing education as they finish in Europe in 7th or 8th grade, so with 4 or 5 years less of education to the ones that can be obtained in other latitudes with more resources and more preparation. So the question is, if it is something that it is inevitable and we would like to have a bigger economic growth, or is this something that we can do? And the question is how evidence can guide us. And we can say, yes, of course, there is a huge amount of research that can help us, but there is an important amount of information that is overwhelming. So this is how the research on education has been growing, and we've got the investigation, the research in education has been growing during the last years. And at a world level, if we do a search about papers and information about education during the last 4 or 5 years, we've got more than 500,000 articles referred to education. So there is a potential here, but at the same time, there is something huge. The possibility that any of us can cover this information, and to do that, it is quite impossible. So maybe it is quite important, the idea of the importance of having this mapping and synthesis. How can we translate all this information and to make it useful to support the decision making at the level of government and at the level of schools? And well, I'm going to do a double click in the work that has been led by the EEF with this toolkit. They have collected pretty much all the studies that will assess a program for educational improvement. I'm not talking about hundreds of thousands, but thousands, or 3,000 or 5,000 studies where we have assess different programs of educational improvement, and they have been classified in 30 or 40 important types of improvement. So what's behind it is an analysis, not a study or two that will aim to the improvement of a certain program. As Martin said, with a reduction of the classroom to have a longer days, but in some cases we've got hundreds of programs that have been assessed with actions in that line, and see what's going to happen, see what is the impact of the learning experiences, the level of complexity, the cost, and also the rigorosity of the information available. And the way we can organize this is a long list of 30 or 40 approximations of the improvement, and behind it we've got hundreds of assessments, and each one of them has been classified in terms of the cost of implementation at the level of evidence and also the impact. So this is something that the EF has made, which is quite interesting. This is what in the academia is translated as the standard deviation at the level of impact. We can translate it into months of learning. How many additional months of learning we can carry out if we implement under these lines? And the important thing is that we've got this, and this is an evidence that appeared during the last years or decades, but it was not present of 30, 50 years ago with the level that we've got today. But in general, most of the approach for improvements will improve the learning experiences. It will not be the same, the one that we emphasize. And what's happening is that some of those approaches that will have an impact in the message, not at a 10 or a 20%, but many times higher than other approximations that can be even more expensive and harder to implement. So if we take all of these approaches and we can reduce the number of students in the classroom to promote collaborative learning, and what will happen if we organize this in terms of this impact? And then we can see in the lower part that in general, we don't see an approach that may have a negative approach, because except when you fail a year, this is something that is highly expensive, and the experience show that it means that it is It's like going back in terms of the learning experiences. If we go halfway of this table, we will see that there are many approximations about summer schools, the reduction of the classroom, the extension of the day that shows some positive effects that will generate a better and important learning if they are very well implemented. But the most important thing to me that if we go to the ones that will have a higher impact, something important will happen. We will see that a program that will aim to the development of the metacognition, the feedback, the formative feedback, the strategies of reading comprehension and so on, the potential impact in the months of learning in 1 year is higher than the impact. Why is this so important? I'm going to translate it because if we've got 1 month additional during the first year to the second grade, then you will accumulate it in the life of a child. It represents another year of learning every month. Then it is 1 year of learning. So this is not linear. So when we say that the region is 4 or 5 years behind to what the standards of the OECD, this is showing us that there is hope. It is possible to make a difference if we can mobilize and promote certain proposals for education and improvement, and that will improve what's happening. So it is quite interesting that those are proposals that has nothing to do with infrastructure or technology. So they are aiming to what is the pedagogical heart. And I just want to have these 3 points, which is a metacognition, self-regulation, formative feedback, and oral communication and dialogue. So this is information regarding those medical treatments, vaccinations that will have a bigger impact in health, and do not use them will be a total mistake, a technical, political, and ethical mistake. By having a potential of this sort, it is very important to be in charge and to ask yourself, what can we do with it? What's behind this why, and how can we implement and innovate because of this line? Anna, and because of the network of a school class, she told us that just the fact to understand what's behind this concept, what does it mean, the dialogue, metacognition, why they are working, how they are working, that is a huge topic in itself. What do we understand by metacognition? We're going to have 50 different interpretations. If we understand how can we take that to the classroom, then we will have other interpretations. So I just want to show what's behind this average. This is a graph that shows the impact of the different. This is only one. This is the case of meta conditions. These are the different programs, and then this list is growing. So this is just a screenshot of only 50. But the thing is that the programs may have a positive and a negative impact. What's the importance of this? Is that the way in which we understand this, in which we implement it, and with the focus, it has an impact regarding the potential of improvement. It is not the same to implement it one way or another. So the challenge to understand this, to understand how this is implemented and how do we understand this metacognition concept and how can we have a program of improvement is very important. It's not only to learn a metacognition. If we ask at the end of the class, what did we learn today? Probably nothing will happen. That's not the potential. It has to do with developing a cognitive process to make a relationship to what we do, and also we're looking into perspective, a series of concepts that are very important. The third element that I just wanted to highlight has to do with these 3 things and the potential synergies. When we take a look at this list of approaches, and we discuss it with materials and with the analysis and the construction, of this tool, it doesn't make much sense to see it as an isolated thing, but as a strategy that we can set. And these three in particular, they've got a potential of work that can be reinforced among them. So from a dialogue in cooperation, as working together, we can think about the practices of metacognition, and we can generate some dynamics that will support what is this improvement. So the question that we may ask is, first of all, how can we understand what's happening, what's behind, and how we can set a synergy with the sort of a synergy and others? Because we are emphasizing on this. Well, because this is what the international evidence is showing, with a bigger impact in the improvement of the learning. The next question is, how do we deploy this potential? How can we do that? And I would like to share with you the sort of things that we are doing, not only to tell you and for you to know, but to illustrate the sort of initiatives that we may work at a regional level. We are in charge of each one of our partners of EN. They're working in different places of the world. The EF is working in different materials and tools. School Plus is also thinking at a global level with different specialists and educators about how can we do it in an effort that we are all part of it and we are all building this knowledge. From SUMMA, a way in which we are promoting this kind of approach has to do with guidelines and orientations. And actually, with LAC for the last 5 years, we've got a group of guidelines just because we wanted to have collaborative learning. It is available, and it is quite impressive the use that we have had with the downloads. And today, we are developing an open platform, and which is key for the learning experience, and also with the support of ACCED and some other cooperation organization between Chile and Spain, we have made available in this ecosystem a system that on one side will be a guideline that will allow to develop in the communities a way of understanding and how to apply this kind of approach. Another way that we're working, Florencio mentioned it yesterday about the importance of this initial training, and we've got representatives that have been cooperating with this. And of course, a work that we have done that has to do with what Javier mentioned and Raúl, the work with the West Indies and the OECS, which is the organization of Eastern Caribbean states, and basing many of these principles by introducing the importance of having a training since the very beginning through this work, because this is something that was not part of the knowledge 10 or 15 years ago. This was not available, but now since it is available from our initial training, we will have to see how we're going to prepare the future of the teachers and also to do it from the leading point of view. We're also working in proposals of work for the training that is located in the schools, and by trying to share a program that we are developing, which is the dialogical classrooms, and it has to do with a training that is located in the school itself and based on communities of practice. And also Karin Roda has been supporting us, and also because of the transformation of the principles, it has bring us into this initial training in the Caribbean. Just to mention,
Okay, I will rush. This is a program And the great thing about it is that it's based on these principles that the EF has developed in this platform and EEF. And they have also they have a different orientation regarding on how to work on these programs of initial teacher training and continuous training. And we're also based on the experience of other programs which have experience, have been evaluated, assessed, and recognized because of their contribution in Israel. For example, the program Unplugged from England, you have T. Seda, which has other results, and also in collaboration with some schools and teachers, a school of teachers and different committee leaders. And we have been developing and enriching a proposal that wants to set up and with all these this triad, developing and searching for a way of how to tackle this in the short cycles. We work in the short cycles of training with groups of teachers that are volunteers. And this way we condense cycles that include theory, design, practice in the classroom, mutual observations, and then reflection and enriching to be able to get deeper into how we change practices from a more face-to-face teaching from the committee and to one that is more participative, one that is more in dialogue, one that is changing it. And this allows us to have teaching that is much more active. So the challenge that we have now has to do with some of the results, that initial results that we are seeing. This is analysis of processes where we have a high assessment from the teachers and the board of directors and things having to do with the resignifying the roles of the teachers and the board of directors and being able to work with the teachers and to have this make sense. So we have some of the results regarding some of the post tests. Once again, this is not random. This is just comparing with reference groups what we're observing up till now. And what we can see is at least higher growth in the area of language and math. And this is initial numbers, and these are indicators of a potential improvement. So what we are now we are in a phase of preparation of how can we make this a program that is how this small program can be expanded, made in a simple way, made in an accessible way, to be able to be accessible to a higher amount of schools. So how to do this, we are also working regarding what we have done, for example, in Panama, to have a proposal of orientation to the different schools that have processes to be able to accompany them so that they can also be supporting the school in this transformation and not leave them alone. And to generate conditions that are more structural. For example, in Chile, in England, they have the pupil premium. Here we have a preferential school grant, and we have different orientation of those additional resources destined to the more vulnerable schools of the country so that they can also use part of that resources to develop their teachers in this kind of system. And to finish, a few challenges. Carla is looking at me like, please hurry up. It is important. We were talking about this yesterday, and the different speakers mentioned language and shared vision. It is very important to be able to understand the relevance and pertinence that this kind of activity has for our own reality. It is not something that is coming imposed from something external, but how we can do it ourselves. And this kind of principle also touches what we could call the heart of our own comprehension of the teaching. It is not something that is external. It is I always thought about this way. When they hear about this, we're trying to do some of this, and this somehow places a structure or a content that they can support and they can be improving in a gradual way. It is very important to have learning communities that emphasize the development of empowering the professional. We have some of the speakers yesterday also spoke about this, that we also need to strengthen this connection of this metacognition, of this dialogue of how this is done in practice. It's not easy to take it from one to the other. Flexible structures that allow that the way that we face this and the tools we have can be something that can be adapted and can be in the context. It's not just a recipe you have to memorize, but it can be a path that each school or each group of teachers can use it in such a way where they can adapt it, where it makes sense and they can improve it, and why not? It is something that we have seen in some of these schools and in some of these groups of teachers, is that they go both ways. The teachers who work in this process, once they connect with this, they start being a contribution and they start becoming leaders. They can say, I am doing it this way and it worked well. I found these issues, but now I'm finding a way to be able to do this other way. So they start sharing their experiences and what they have learned one with the other. So this is a virtuous cycle. And also, we need to identify conditions and mechanisms that they can help. It's systemic mechanisms that can support this kind of transformation in the classroom. This has to do with financing and regulation and other things as well, of support, orientation from the intermediary actors. We cannot leave the schools alone. This is different from autonomy, is different from abandonment. So we have to work autonomy, empowering the schools. That is very good, but they still need to be accompanied by support and orientation and resources, but not only resources, also accompanying them in this process. And I think that would be it for now then. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Rafael. It is important to go from what works to how to do it in the classroom, how to implement it. And in that sense, I would like to invite you also to review the material that we gave you from SUMMA in the entrance, because there you also have access to the platform of effective practices of education. And you also have a flyer with the different publications of SUMMA where you can enter that platform that Rafael showed, open, where you can download all of those resources that have been very useful for different teachers who are already using them to apply those effective practices in their classrooms. So I would like to invite you to then review all of those materials. And to carry on, we are going to go with our next speaker, Rubmeni, Director of Pratam, and Jidam, Prize winner of 2021 for educational development. She works in Pratam since 1996 and has experience in design and execution of programs to be able to improve scholarship, the schooling of children. And she comes from very far, as Javier says, all the way from India. And she's going to be here with us and show us different valuable experiences of Pratam in India and Africa. So we welcome her with a warm applause.
Good morning to everyone. Namaste, as we say in India. I'm sure all of you have children or grandchildren who keep us in line. So I have a granddaughter who is 10 years old. And she's at the stage where she's not very impressed with anything. You know, they turn at that age from being very sweet to a little bit skeptical. So she asked me where I was going. And so I thought I would try to impress her. So I said, I'm going very far away. How far? So we brought out a map. And on the map, it looks very flat. But if you bring a globe from India to Chile, it is not only across, but it's also diagonally across. So then I said it's 17,000 kilometers from Delhi to Santiago. So why are you going so far? So I said, I'm going to a birthday party. And if she sees the video from last night, I think she will be very impressed. So I thank you so much, Suma, Javier, Carla. Been wonderful so far. Not just the party, but also all the conversation. And we bring you a story from India, what we are doing in India and what we are seeing in Africa. And I leave it to you to see if it is relevant for the conditions in which you are talking about. So let me start with a very simple point. We have all been through this, that we want our countries, our communities, for all children to go to school. And schooling, I think, firstly, has been around for a long time. And the understanding of schooling, what does it mean to go to a school? I think there is a lot of shared understanding across everybody in a society. You know, common things. You get up, you get ready, you pick up your bag, you go somewhere. And I think that the anywhere in the world, what does it mean to go to school is perhaps understood, not just by people within the schools, but by families and by communities. And perhaps it is this shared understanding that has allowed us to go to very high enrollment levels everywhere. So every child in school is not contested anymore. There are reasons why some children cannot go, but I think it is well understood by everyone in a society. And to me, that is a very, very powerful change that we have brought about in the world in the last 50 years. And we need to learn from some of these successes, I think, for when we take the next step. So if we go to learning, I think then the situation becomes a little bit not so clear. Schools, as I said, are very visible. Going to school is very visible. Learning is assumed that if you're in school, you must be learning. And then learning means many things to many people. According to my grandmother, learning was knowing how to behave. According to my father, learning was getting a good report card. According to me, depending on my age, I felt learning was something else. So I think learning means many things to many people, especially in communities and societies where many people did not have the advantage of too much schooling. And so the expectations are high, the actual core knowledge may be low, and therefore everybody is referring to learning in their own way. And more than anything else, I think it is less visible. And the less visible makes it sometimes difficult politically. You can build a school, you can bring children to school, you can win elections, you can get promotions. But how do you show that the children in the school or in the home have been learning? So I think that as we've been thinking about this in my organization almost 30 years, we feel that one of the common things is we need to reach a shared understanding of what do we mean by learning. And then we make these SDG 4.1.1a. Well, that's a little difficult to explain to your grandmother. What is 4.1.1a? And then comes along differences of measurement. So now we are not even agreed on how that 4.1.1a is going to get measured. So we need some simpler ways, at least in societies from where we come, to make this all a common goal so that not just inside the school, but everybody in the society can try to reach it. So this is what some years ago we developed. We developed this, I would say, not so much as an assessment tool, which it has now become, but we developed this in a way of trying to understand what do we mean. And one of the fundamental pieces, I think, of learning, we believed was reading. Now, you can't read this, it's okay. Many people in India can't read it either. But you can see there are simple letters, there are words, everyday words. There is a small paragraph, which is at grade 1 level, 4 simple sentences, and then there is a slightly longer story, which we in India have in our 2nd grade classrooms. And this is as far away from PISA as you can get. It actually looks like this. This thing is a little bit, it tore a little bit because it's been in my bag, but this is what it looks like. And the advantage of this is, it is not sophisticated. It has some technical properties, which I won't discuss here, but there are technical evaluations that have been done of this. But it means that everyone, when you bring it out, can understand what it is and what does it mean when you go from when you can't read to when you can read. According to us, when you can read, is you're able to read this little story. Obviously, you're able to understand it. And then you are able to actually talk about it to other people as well. We have a similar one for math, but today I'm going to talk about reading. Now, in the world of assessment, there are many sophisticated things. I've never understood why we give children who can't read a pen and paper test. At the very heart of it is you're doing something wrong to the child. If you know the child can't read, what are you going to figure out by giving them a piece of paper which usually comes back empty? So this is done one-on-one with children. And it is done, obviously, if you want to know if a child can read, you have to hear them read. And I think that something like this has been very helpful to us, not only as something that you do with one child or with many children in a class. You can use it in your community, in the village, to do a full census of a village, like a report card. And we also now use it as a tool in a larger assessment that we call the Annual Status of Education Report, which gives you a big representative sample of children across the country. And we use this in many different languages because the children must read in whatever language is the right language for them to read in. So if I was to give you a very quick glimpse of India, so this is from what we call the Annual Status of Education Report. This is the first report that came out after COVID. Our schools were closed for 2 years during COVID, maybe some of the longest school closures in the world. And the word ASAR actually stands, in English it stands for Annual Status of Education Report, but in many Indian languages it means impact. And the idea behind when we developed this was that you should be able to understand where your children are. And then if you have a good understanding, you cannot walk away from the problem. You will then be persuaded by yourself and by your experience to come up with some kind of a solution. So any act of collection of data or of understanding usually will lead to some kind of impact in your thinking, impact in your doing, and hopefully impact in some kind of outcomes. So this is the last ASAR, which was done 2 years ago. And you can see it's a very large sample, but that's because we are a very large country. And this is done for a representative sample for every district. District is anywhere we can have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 schools in a district. And this we do in rural areas, and we have about 600 plus rural districts. Now, when you look at it, you can see many things in it. I have only brought out grade 3, grade 4, and grade 5, because we believe that in the younger grades, you need more time, you need more consistent time to be able to start doing some of these things. But as a national policy since 2020, the national policy we have is that by the beginning of 3rd grade, you should have acquired basic reading capability and basic arithmetic, which is very similar to the SDG goal, except in our national policy, we want to achieve it before 2030. SDG says it's 2030. So we now have, at this point in time, post-COVID, and at this part of our histories, a real goal that we are shooting for. So this is India just after COVID, and as you can see, there are many things that this simple table tells you. One is it tells you that learning levels are quite low. So if I look at the 3rd grade, let's see, maybe I can point, yes. 20% of my children in 3rd grade in India are at 3rd grade level, or at least at 2nd grade level. 80% already are not at grade level. Much of the teaching in countries like ours is done by grade level. So if you're in 3rd grade, you have a 3rd grade textbook. The teacher teaches from 3rd grade lesson plans, and then she hands you over after 1 year to the 4th grade teacher who teaches from the 4th grade textbook and expects that you have mastered what is done in 3rd grade. So we are already at the 3rd grade level within 2 years of school, not really carrying most of the children with us. Then if you look across any of these grades, you can see that there's a very wide variation in the children in my grade. So if I'm a 5th grade teacher, I have about 40-something% kids who can at least read at 2nd grade level. My assessment stops at 2nd grade, so perhaps some of them can read higher. But as a fifth grade teacher, what should I be doing with all of these? Because there are children in my class, 5%, 6%, who don't even recognize letters. I have another 15% who can just about recognize letters, but not be able to read words, and so on. But as a fifth grade teacher who's expected to reach fifth grade curriculum, I really focus on what I would call the top of the class. And I can't call this a tail because this is too fat to be a tail. So I would say the most of the distribution is actually over here, and then I have some kids over here. So I have low learning levels. I have a lot of variation in my class. This variation actually got worse after COVID. And then if I look at the improvement on grade by grade, yes, the fifth graders are doing better than the third graders, but it is much flatter than I need to be. Every year of schooling should translate into whatever in that country is equivalent of a year of learning. But I think as some of my other speakers spoke, that we are not translating that many years of schooling into adequate years of learning. And this is a very, very clear example of what happens. Some of you may know Lant Pritchett, who writes lots of papers. Teachers, I think, used to teach in the Kennedy School and in Oxford. And the nicest thing about Lant is, if you see the title of the paper, you don't need to read the paper. He has one paper called The Negative Consequences of an Overambitious Curriculum. And I think that this is an example of what happens when you have a very ambitious curriculum, because we want good things for our children. But if we don't adequately prepare, the curriculum goes ahead, but the children don't go with it. So you end up with teaching the top of the class, and then you get a situation of this type. So I feel like countries like India, and I think many other countries, I'm more familiar with countries in Africa than in your region, we are at a very important point. And I think when Javier said we need to talk about transformation and equity, I think this is what it is. Is it okay with us as people to leave my 80% behind? What are we doing exactly to lift this level to as close to 100% in the next 4 or 5 years? Is my entire system geared? And reading is just one category, but I think it's a good example of what we need to do. And what is it that we've been doing for the last 15, 20 years? And what will we be doing different that is going to lift this number up? And next time you call me to Santiago, I will be proudly standing here saying, we reached 80% since we met you last. I think this is the kind of goal that we all should be gearing for, because we do have a moment now. And I often feel that COVID did many bad things. But one of the things it did is it gave us the value of what it means to be in school. And I think it also taught families all over the world that you need to engage with your children's learning. And no matter who you are, you can make an effort to come together. This is what children look like when they are in the kind of categories that I described. If you talk to a child who is already 8, 9, 10 years old and they can't read, often they will not look you in the eye. They will shuffle. They will look out of the window, look for an opportunity to get away from you, often hunched over. And that's not because they can't read. I think it is also because by this time, 2, 3, 4 years into the school system, they know somehow that they've not made it. And unlike my colleague here from UNESCO, very often children will blame themselves. And they will say, there's something not okay with me. And I think that this, even if we, like Martin said yesterday, do not link this to anything else, skills and productivity and economic growth, I think it's a waste to have a young child not feel good about themselves, because you are now depressing the potential of that child to be able to do so many things, including just have fun in life. So to me, it's very important that these should be smiling faces. It's too young to be in a situation like this where you doubt your own capability. And somehow, like riding a cycle or swimming, reading, being able to do arithmetic, gives you that magic jump up that enables you to see yourself in a different way. So to realize our human potential, I'm preaching to the converted. But I think to realize our human potential, some of these fundamental skills need to be, children need to have them early so that they have the confidence to be able to do many things as they go ahead. So let us go to one school, because that's where really all the action is. All the other things we are doing is to support what happens inside there. And let me take you to a school report card. Same thing, same way to understand it. But if you look at this, you can see that this is what the school has. And let us say that for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, there is one teacher each. And typically, at least in South Asia, and I think in Africa as well, we teach at the grade level in a particular grade. And so it's an age grade curriculum that is being taught. Now, if you just think in a very simple way, that every row is a class, is a grade. And the entire effort in that school is to teach by the row. And in that row, each teacher is struggling with the wide variation at the low learning levels. Think about the whole picture, that the child who's sitting in the class, my 80% is mostly looking out of the window. Often they have attendance issues because the child herself worries, why am I coming? Because what is in here is not for me. The teacher feels depressed because she's working hard, but she sees that for many children, all of these children, they're not benefiting. And so as any normal teacher, you feel upset if the effort you're making is not getting translated. So she gets demoralized, the children are disinterested, and the people who are the most disappointed are often the parents because they didn't maybe get schooling, so they have high hopes for schooling. So we are in a very low-level equilibrium, which has not changed sometimes for a long time. And I think we need to do something that gets us out of this, but uses the resources that are available to us. Especially in COVID in India, we realized that if any additional funds have to go anywhere, they have to go to health, because we had very, very large numbers of people who really suffered. So while I think financing is very important and we must get more money, but we must also know how to operate with what we have to be doing a better job than maybe we are doing today. So the teaching at the right level, which is a name, we're not sure who gave it the name, it's an English name. So teaching at the right level, really, if I look at what it does, is it does this. That I move for some time during the school day or some time during the school year, rather than teaching as rows, if I teach in columns. Same teachers, it's really just a reorganization of the time and the people and the goals of what we need to achieve. And when we do this, and I'll show you some data from that, because I know all of you are very evidence-oriented people, what it does is it allows you to break out from the low level that you're in and be able to feel, the child feels that I'm going somewhere, the teacher feels that I'm doing it, and the parents feel that this is all worth it, that there is something happening in the school day after day that makes my child different from the last 4 years that we were here. So let us look at some of the data. Oh, before that, you probably want to know what happens in the class, right? So we start with the same simple assessment. It's a very simple assessment, and we think that the doing it one by one is a good idea because the teacher not just gets the data, but she gets to understand the child as well. So it's not just what the child can't do, but you also hear what the child can do and where the child is getting stuck. So you use this, and then we group the children. It depends. If the size of the school is very large, you may do the grouping within the grade. If the size of the school is smaller, you may do it a little bit across grades. But you do grouping of children by the level that you see that they are today. And in much of India or even in Africa, this is done for about an hour for reading and an hour for math in the day. They go back to their normal classes after that because, you know, it's a big change to change everything in the school to go like this. Each group has appropriate activities and materials. Materials are not very fancy, but I think the activities are targeted at the level at which the child is today and what you want them to do for the next one week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks. Work in, like in many, many other kinds of classrooms as well. You work with a big group, and then the kids break into smaller groups. They do this as activities together, and then you do some individual activities as well. And then you use the same process to track progress. So the tool that you see is used really for tracking progress, for knowing who is moving from one grade to the one group to the other. When as Pratham people we do this directly, we see that a child can jump a level every 10 days. And so really in a period of 40 days or 50 days, you can have a substantial change happen in the group of children that you're working with. This is some data from one state in India. This is a state called Andhra Pradesh. The full state has been implementing teaching at the right level. This is from our last school year. Program started within the schools in 2023 August, ended in March. And if you added up all the actual teaching days, it was anywhere between 90 to 100. About 6,000 schools, close to 1 million children. And this is the kind of progress that we were able to see. This is data reported by teachers. Some of it is verified. But you see that you can, even if you just at the back see the green, you can see that within 100 days, the green has improved considerably. So that by the end of the 100 days, you still have some children who need help, but very few children who are in the red or orange categories. The yellow is children who can read words, and then that's just a matter of practice to be able to read more. Just a last slide I want to show you from 2 countries in Africa who have been implementing this within their own school systems. You see, and this is across 2 years, so you see how a cohort moves from when they start to the end of the next year. You see this in Zambia. They are now looking at not the story level, but at the para level. And you can see significant change as the children move from 4th grade to 5th grade. In Côte d'Ivoire, where they're learning in French, which is a further complication. In Zambia, they're learning in their own provincial languages. But even in CIV, you see this is 5th grade going to 6th grade. You see considerable change, all because you started where the child is rather than where the curriculum says that the grade should be. Yesterday, my friend from El Salvador on his phone showed me very similar data, which they are doing, I think, in more than 4,000 schools. And I think you see patterns of this type as well. If I had met him even 2 days before, maybe we could have put that slide here. But I think that there are examples that are happening, maybe even in the region, which show that this is probably relevant, especially in some populations where this happens. So I want to just end here by saying, before Carla tells me to get off the stage, to say that I think that there are many problems in the world that require very complicated solutions. I really don't know how this climate change business is going to be handled. There are complicated health issues. But I think this helping children to read and to be able to do basic arithmetic is something that we all can solve. We haven't failed. We have been trying. And I think we need to just try more. And sometimes I feel if we build our systems from the classroom outwards to support everything that happens in the classroom, to support this goal from being achieved, perhaps, and we put a time frame that if I cannot let those 80% of my children, even for 1 more minute, to feel that they're not part of my system, I think we can succeed. And as a world, as the globe, if we can really guarantee this, I think many other education goals will become possible. But if we don't achieve this, none. So I often say, if I'm invited, that if you don't do this 4.1.1a, forget about all the other goals, because if the foundation is not there, a building cannot stand. So, we learn by doing. We need to do faster. We need to do more deeper, perhaps. But I thought there's a small video that might help you to see what all this really feels like. Because otherwise, you'll say this woman came across the world to impress her granddaughter, and who knows what she's saying is true or not. So I hand you over to the video. Do I click? They will.
इसको नहीं नहीं
Around the globe, the belief was that if you open a school, children will learn. But children are not learning. For example, in India, 97% children are enrolled in schools, but approximately 50% children go to 5th grade and cannot read a 2nd grade paragraph. The question to be asked is why? All human knowledge is stored in words and numbers. If you don't have foundational skills, all doors to acquiring wider knowledge are closed. And that's, I think, a global problem. In the Pratham program, it takes 50 days for a child to learn to read. If that is possible, how long will it take for 100 million children to read? The answer, 50 times 100 million, or are we talking about 50 days? I've been working in this sector for the last 25 years. Everybody's trying to find answers to the same problem. How can we get all children to learn? I think it's easy to see in Indian schools. There are those who have access to preschool education, parents are educated. They form what I would call the front of the class. And the remainder who don't have preschool education, they form the back of the classroom. And the teacher actually more engaged with the front of the classroom. And the back of the classroom gets more and more neglected. I think that needs to be shaken up and said, do something about it. Pratham's solution for this problem is called teaching at the right level.
हाथ ऊपर करो, जोर से लाओ, जितनी जोर से हो सके। पहले हम लोगों से अपना व्यवहार, उसके लिए कुछ गतिविधियां करना जरूरी होता है, उनके साथ कुछ बातचीत पर्सनल करना, उनका जान पहचान बनाना, तो बच्चे और रिलैक्स हो जाते हैं उससे। हम दोनों लोग मिलकर पढ़ेंगे, नहीं? जी।
The place to start is always assessment. We show a piece of paper with some words, some alphabets, and some long paragraphs. Depending upon which one children can read, that is the level of the child. Instead of teaching children at every age grade, we actually try to group children according to levels.
अगर मुझे एक बच्चे के स्तर पता चल जाएंगे तो उसी के अनुसार मैं उनको डोज दे सकूंगी या फिर उनको गतिविधियां करा सकूंगी। कुछ भी बताते हैं तो वो जल्दी से सीखते हैं।
The activities are divided into 3 parts. The class begins with everybody participating in a story listening activity because that doesn't require reading, it only requires listening and learning the words. And then they break up into small groups. The alphabet readers are engaging with all kinds of phonemic charts and so on, and they can read words before they know. So if you know words, you are given paragraphs. So before they know it, they've become paragraph readers. And the third activity is then the children individually do some writing. So every child actually starts progressing. In the Pratham program, it takes 50 days for a child to learn to read. Children feel good about themselves. It's not only about reading, writing, arithmetic. Believing in yourself is the most important strength that you can acquire. And it's great fun.
Pratham has worked together with JPL affiliated professors for over 15 years to evaluate and adapt the approach to work at scale. We're a global research center. JPL conducts randomized evaluations on social programs. One of the most impressive studies was conducted in Uttar Pradesh. Students who attended the learning camp at the end of the program, double the number of those kids could read a simple paragraph than those children who didn't attend the program. What we're trying to do at JPL is best support governments and a number of organizations who are trying to adopt teaching at the right level to help them do that as best as they can.
All the government primary schools have been covered under this program. There has been a significant improvement within a very short period of time. I believe that teaching at right level is a must. It has no substitute.
Last year, we reached 8 million children. We must make sure that all children will learn to read. And then once you do that in a country the size of India, why can't it be done globally?
The Teaching at the Right Level program in Zambia is being implemented in 1,100 schools. And next year, the program will go to 1,800 schools. When you see kids learning, you see kids light up and feel empowered. Teaching at the right level is one way of empowering these children that I think could be really meaningful throughout their lives.
Kids are not resistant to learning. It's just the way you package it. I think we are giving back children their childhood. That's the teaching at the right level. It's about my self-esteem that I'm somebody, and then I'm going to grow.
Muchas gracias, Rukmini, por tu pasión, ¿no? Yo creo que todos hemos...
Rukmini, thank you very much for your passion. I think that we are all touched by you because of the experience that you're telling us is inspiring. So, Rukmini, thank you very much. And just to continue with the presentation, I would like to invite Jaime Saavedra. He is the Director of the Human Development for Latin America and the Caribbean from the World Bank. Jaime was leading the Education Department of this institution, and between 2013 and 16, he was working as the Minister of Education in Peru, including the reform of the teaching curriculum, the reform of the national curriculum, the basic education, and the university reform, among other initiatives. So I would like to receive Jaime with a big round of applause.
Bueno, yo tengo que...
I have to complain to the organizers for placing me after Rukmini because it's very complicated to have a good presentation after her.
And interesting. And she had a video. So, but maybe let me start with a cartoon. At least I have a cartoon. So she was talking, ella estaba hablando, perdón.
She was talking about Lane Pritchett, who was in Harvard some time ago and then in Oxford, and he published a few years ago this book that is called The motto is Schooling Ain't Learning. And basically, we have seen the data, and we discussed yesterday how there is a great expansion of the systems of education. We have children in schools. However, unfortunately, in spite that the parents think that something is happening within the school, unfortunately, in many of our schools, not much is happening. And we can see this small child who is looking at a school from the outside. You can see the front is a school, but inside is not much. Unfortunately, that this cartoon is close to reality almost exactly, and it was incredible to see this. Now, this is not a school, it's a university in Lima, in Peru, in my country, who carried out, they built this so that it looks like it's a 5-story building, even though it's only a 2-story building. And this is true. It looks like a cartoon, but it's true. And unfortunately, somehow it shows what is happening in our systems. Children are in school, but many of the children are not learning. And it's not only that concern, but the immense concern that we have regarding inequality. As Javier was saying, we're talking a lot about artificial intelligence, how we are going to use it in the classrooms, and effectively today, at this moment, any part of Latin America, there are schools where in high school and secondary education, they are teaching computational thinking using artificial intelligence. And in this same country, you also have, or that same city even, you have schools who have no internet connection even. In Latin America, we have schools from the 21st century that coexist with schools that look like from the beginning of the 20th century. I would like to repeat some information that has been shown in these last 2 days. This is information for all of the countries that have mid or low income in the world. And we have data of poverty and learning. And what they were saying previously is important. The educators, we talk about 4.11a, but we need an indicator that people can understand. The poverty index of learning can show percentages of who can read a simple sentence. Can you understand that if your child can read a simple paragraph? And that is by 10 years of age. That's an indicator. If by 10 years of age they can do so. And if you think that that should be 0 by the year 10 of a child, they should be able to read at least a paragraph and understand it. But there's bad news in this graph, as you can see. The bad news is that pre-pandemic, 2015, 2019, the poverty in learning was increasing. We were not moving in the correct direction. Poverty in learning or loss in learning was increasing. Some countries were improving, some were getting worse. In Latin America, in the best case, there was the stagnancy pre-pandemic, from the pre-pandemic. We do not have data from all of the countries that this poverty in learning that was in 57% for all countries of mid-income and low income in the world, by 2029, it had already reached, and by 2022, after the pandemic, it reached 70%. And this is an incredibly serious situation. If you think about the objectives of SDG 4, that it says good quality education in elementary and high school, good quality, that means that all of them at least know how to read. At least that. So that would mean that poverty of learning 0. That's what the SDG 4 is saying. This should be 0. And this is not going to happen. And we need to be aware that this objective is not going to be fulfilled. And if we do have an improvement without any precedent, maybe we will be able to reduce this to half. And that would mean an improvement without 0 precedents in the next 7 years. So we are facing a very complex situation. What is the good news? Is that we do have an idea of things that can be done in the classroom. It is not a perfect idea, but it is a general idea. And there are some countries, provinces, and even in Latin America who are carrying things out adequately. They are going forward. There was some data that Ben Rosenschneider showed us yesterday. Some countries are improving in the PISA testing. There's some provinces in Argentina and states in Brazil that are improving. So we have an idea of things that are being done, and then we can quickly reflect on some of the things that are being carried out in these provinces, in these states, and these cities in which things are moving, where not everything is wrong, where there are improvements. And what are they doing? There are 4 things, the 4 M's. One of them is investing in teachers. We have talked about this many times. Teacher is the most important factor, and what is being done midterm, when we have good experiences, is to strengthen teaching training, to have merit, that you do it by merit, not due to politics, but you hire directors and you promote them according to their talent, their merit, their effort. What are these systems doing? They are working with the teachers to be able to give them the support they need so that they can do their work better in the classroom. And in many cases, they are getting out of the typical training and service for the teachers that was to place them in a classroom like this one for over 2 hours. I don't know if this is not good teaching practices. And instead of doing that, what they did is to accompany them and have like coaching. That is what this. The other thing that they are doing is something basic, making sure all students have their material, ensuring that each child has a classroom, a notebook, that all teachers have learning sessions where they can base what to teach every day and every week. That all students have the materials that they need. That's kind of obvious, but sometimes what is obvious is not happening in many places in Latin America. And there are many things that we need to do, and I think the Reif-Schneider placed the line on how it's not rocket science. And each one of the kids needs to have their materials. That's not rocket science, but we are still not accomplishing that. And when I talk about material, it also has to do with technology. And we can talk more about that later. But there have to be intelligence in technology, the intelligent use, not to reach the teachers faster. But I think we are mature enough, and we have to see the technology as where we can have intelligent use for it, where we can have coaching for the teachers in a more efficient and quick way. Other thing that countries are doing things correctly is to measure. They measure learning of each child in the classroom to be able to make a decision that Romini was mentioning of what to do with this child that can be 2-3 years behind what they should be according to the curriculum. So therefore, we have to do something different with that child. We have to have data of each child that each teacher and each school director can work with that data and change what they are doing regarding that information and have a follow-up of the system. So it's useful to have the national test and the PISA testing that allows us to not be blindly continuing forward and to know what level we are in and whatever level of effort has to be applied. And then there is something that we don't always talk about or not enough is to use the correct methods in the classroom. And what do I mean by the correct methods? For example, Rusmini already mentioned is to teach the child in the correct level, not to teach the child as an average child, because that average child does not exist, and not just to give them the curriculum that I have to do, but to be able to reach out to each child according to their level. And we have to think about what is the best method, and that is what the successful methods are carrying out. Something that Rudmini did not mention is, even in India, they had the phonetic method. In Latin America, in the countries that are going forward, they are using the phonetic method. Other countries are not using the phonetic method. They use the global method, and we can see more and more evidence that shows that one method is better than the other. There is much ideology and discussion, even loaded up with politics on what method to use, but let's look at the evidence. What is the method that works? And let's use the correct method. So the main point that I would like to highlight is that some countries, some regions, some provinces or cities, and even in Latin America, are doing what is right in the classroom. And I'm not talking about systemic yet. I'm talking about in the classroom. The support for the teacher is correct, ensuring that the teacher and the child have the materials that are correct. They're using the correct method in the classroom, and there's a measurement, a constant measurement. So you have the measurement of learning in many of the different countries. Even in Latin America, in some countries, they're going back in measuring learning. And one example that was already mentioned by Andreas is the Ceará example in Brazil. And you can see how this is comparison with the gray line with the yellow line. This is the improvement of the IDEB, which is the index of performance in Brazil. And there you can see how a poor state in the north of the country has had a sustained increase in growth, much that is sustained. And the blue line is one municipality, one small municipality, which is called Sobral, that passed from being a lost municipality, number 3,000 something in the ranking of municipalities in Brazil. Now it's number 1 in the case of Brazil. And why? Because basically they did these things. They did the correct thing with the teachers. They selected the correct teachers. They selected them adequately. They made sure to measure learning. They visited the schools in Sobral. And effectively, you can see on the wall painted, you can see the score that that school had 2 years ago, last year, and what is the goal for this year. There is a lot of criticism. Some people say, well, then that means that now they're going to focus only on reading. Well, on one hand, if we focus on reading and we are accomplished children reading, then that is great progress. That is great progress. And on the other hand, there is this logic that if we focus on key learning, then teachers are not going to take into consideration the other competencies that are important for the schools. But that doesn't usually happen because good teachers know that social emotional abilities, for example, of working as a team, of teamwork and persevering and others are essential so that the child can read. So it would be strange for a school to say, I'm only going to concern myself with having them learn to read and not anything else. Those that improve in one area improve in many areas, and at least we can measure the reading, and if we can make that work, then we are going forward. What is the bad news? That this is not happening in all of Latin America. And then in many of the systems, even when we know what to do in one school, these 4 M's, they can be implemented in a school, the rest is not the school. The other is the 70,000 schools that are in Latin America. We do not have to do one school. We have to do it to 70,000 schools. One school is not enough in El Salvador. We need the 6,000 schools of El Salvador. And that is where the problem arises. So what do we see? We have a serious problem. So we were mentioning yesterday that the people do not take into consideration the urgency of the crisis of learning that exists right now. Because if that high percentage of children does not know how to read, this is not a problem, it's a crisis. And what you see in this graph, on one hand, you asked a group of bureaucrats, a sample of bureaucrats, I think it's from 17 countries. They asked, what do you think is the percentage of children in your country who can read? We did not ask who cannot read. Who can read? What is the percentage of children who can read? And if you compare this, and we compare this with the real data, so they say 80% overestimate the capabilities of their countries. For example, for Colombia, in which the poverty of learning is so high that only 30% of the children can read. So they would ask these people, what do you think? How many do you think they can read? They say, what is the percentage who cannot read? They say 30% cannot read. And the truth was that 60% could not read. And this is an example of Colombia. And here what we see is that people overestimate the capabilities of their own students. And the other information that is very concerning, the data that is concerning, at the beginning of 2023, there was an analysis of the countries who had implemented a program that was explicit for the remedial learning or the recovery of learning after the pandemic. And as Romania mentioned, as India's had 2 years of closed schools in Latin America as well, and in the South as well, there are the regions that had the closure of schools for the longest amount of time. For 2 years, practically, the children did not go to school. An incredible crisis. And over 20% of almost 20% of the countries have specific plans for the recovery post-pandemic. They come back to school, and basically the teacher has to do the best they can. So this shows us that we are in a problem of internalizing this situation that is complex. And they carried out a reflection that if we want to scale, if we have a recipe and we would like to scale, what do we need? And I want to talk briefly about 4 things. We have to have a good technical design. We have been talking about this, and Rafael showed this. We have an idea of the interventions that work. So we need to talk about that. What is the technical design? If we have the capability to implement something as a scale, if we have the financial resources, and if we have the political alignment to implement the reforms that are necessary. And let me mention that in all of the countries there is a little bit of some of these, but there's a different degree of progress, and we need other things to happen so that we can go forward. So let me talk first about political alignment. And here there is something that I would like to reflect about. It has to do with leadership. The systems that have successful reforms, the first central point has to do with a leadership that can mobilize all agents, the bureaucrats, the ministries of education, the local offices, the teachers, who can help everybody internalize their mission, purpose, the reason why they exist. There are systems where you can see that most of the teachers internalize that they are responsible for the learning of all of the children in their classroom. And they internalize that their work or their reference terms is to ensure that each child learns. It's not just to teach. That is not, because then I can just talk. I can just be in front of the classroom. And if you learned, great. And if you didn't, that's fine. That is not teaching. That is ensuring that each one learns. And in some systems, you can see that effectively. That is what the teachers have in their head, but in others, they do not. Some teachers, maybe, in Latin America, some teachers have that mission internalized, but many others do not. And the same thing happens with those who work in the system. So this is a central point. leadership that mobilizes so that all who are involved in the system can understand their mission. Leadership that ensures that there is a clear communication and clear goals, and it shows a plan. It shows to the society that there is a plan. This is what we have to do, and this is how we're going to move forward. And they can communicate that plan. A political alignment requires that the executive, when I'm talking about the executive, it's not only the minister, we're talking about the minister of finance, the president, that they are all aligned, that this is a key base. And we're not only the executive, but also a Congress, and at least part of civil society, so that they can internalize the importance of learning, and that they can internalize it's not just that kids are going to school, but we need to ensure that learning is happening. And for that alignment to happen, we need the mid class and the business to demand more education. They require more education. The elite and middle class of Latin America has gotten out of the system. They say, I resolve my problem on my own. I have to resolve my own problem. I'll put my children in a private school, in an elite school, and I don't care about the rest. And there is no interest in being able to have or in demanding better public education, because that means I have to pay more taxes. So that's not my problem. I already resolved my own issues. And then you have also the businesses who, at least in a great part of Latin America, they do not demand or require better education for all. In Latin America, you have a company that not even for an objective, a selfish objective, I want better workers. No, I see how I resolve my problem with some kind of training, technical training that I can organize, but I'm not interested that there be a public system that can reach all people. I'm just interested in my situation and in my business. And we see that in some countries, there are a few collectives of businesses who are trying to go forward in this direction, but it is not something that we see massive in all of the region, unfortunately. Technical design is very crucial. I think it's a great example. In this morning, what Rafael was showing us this morning, there is evidence. We do know that things work. We do know that things are cost effective, and it is a good beginning to be able to define what we need to do in each country. But it's not just about having good ideas of interventions, but we also need a change of culture, an intense use of data regarding each child, and that the school can use it and have evaluations regarding if this that we are implementing, is it working or isn't it? We need a technical design in which we can always have in consideration what is the impact of what we are doing over the experience that the child is going to have in the classroom. And I get a little bit of when they say we're going to change curriculum, I get a little uncomfortable, because it takes at least 5 years in each country, and in the process of curricular change, and that something happens in the classroom, years can happen between one and the other. So it's useless. What is useful are interventions that cause something different to happen on Monday in the experience that that child will have in classroom, because what happens with the teacher is going to be different. So when we talk about technical design, we're going to see how long is it going to take an impact in the classroom and the experience for each child. So then there are some debates that we have to continue working on. There are many. For example, what I was mentioning of what is the instruction method of reading. Is it phonetical, global? We have to have that debate. We need to continue talking about what is the correct use of technology. And we already know what we have to do. In many of the things that have to be done, we already know that. We haven't gone forward in evidence in that. But another great challenge is the capability of being able to implement them in our countries. So we suppose we know what to do, and the efficacy depends on the implementation of that design. See, in education, I go to any country. I have worked in the bureaucracy in the Ministry of Education in Peru, so I can say that. And if I ask in any country, where is the best bureaucracy in this country? The response will be in the Ministry of Finance, in the central bank. But rarely will you hear that the best bureaucracy in this country is in the Ministry of Education or in a social ministry, where sometimes bureaucracy can be something political the Ministry of Education, unfortunately. And that is something that is very serious, because even when the designs are clear, the implementation to be able to work with the millions of children, hundreds of thousands of teachers in tens of thousands of schools, it is very difficult. The implementation in systems that are so large is something that is very difficult, and it requires multidisciplinary bureaucracy that is highly qualified. And we do not see that as a political priority in many of our countries. So now I would just like to spend a few minutes to mention technology here. Because one of the things that is being said correctly is that to go forward and be able to scale, we need to use technology. There is a great potential to even doing teaching at the right level in the classroom in a more efficient way. Technology has a great potential so that we can do coaching in a virtual way, for example, to the teachers, and to go forward faster. The big problem that we do have today and at this time in Latin America is that technology having the potential to be a great way to make opportunities more equal. Today, it is something that makes things less equal, because many do not even have connection to internet, because we have teachers who do not have digital culture, but they are afraid of using technology. So there's this difference between two schools. Maybe there was this difference 5 years ago, but today, this school that was higher up is most likely using artificial intelligence because they have connectivity, because they have the ecosystem that allows them to incorporate technologies in the classroom. So this school most likely is up to here. And the school that was underneath is still in the same place. So if we had a difference 5 years ago, the difference today is even higher and larger. So we have a great challenge with technology. The potential is immense. It is fantastic. But at this moment, technology is still something that makes things less equal in Latin America and in many countries of low income as well.
And last, we need the financial resources. It would all depend on the political cycles, depends on who you're talking. If we're talking to the Ministry of Finance, they're going to say the first thing is that you have to spend wise what you already have. And in so many cases, they are right. I don't want to use the word that fight, but I have had some battles with the Minister of Finances. And in some cases, yes, it is right. He's right, because it is right because there is a lot of inefficiency, in particular in the use of the human resources. Human resources are 70 or 80% of the expense in education. We should have more money for training and pedagogical intervention, but 70 or 80% of the expense is in human resources. And if that human resource, each hour that is spent in the classroom, they're not having an effective interaction with the students, then we are wasting our money. If that teacher that is today in the classroom, they don't have the correct motivation or training, we are wasting our money. If we've got many teachers in an urban area and not many teachers in rural areas, then we're wasting our money. So it is true that we've got a quite inefficient use of human resources in many of our countries, because politically it is complicated to face those situations. And there is where we've got a huge opportunity for inefficiency, but it is true, but it's not magic. So if you see this graph here, this is the PISA score in the last year, 2022, and what we've got down there is the expense as per student. And there you can see two things. Beyond, this is the expense in the whole school cycle from 6 to 15 years. This is the expense as per the whole year. So it is 600 millions, and there we don't have much of a difference there in terms of dollars, if they matter or not. But less than the average of where Chile is, which is to the left, then there is a huge difference. and we've got more resources, it is important. So if Latin America is expanding the expense as per student for elementary education, let's say $1,300 per student, while the OECD is spending $11,000 per student, then there's not going to be an increase of efficiency that would allow us to have an education of a good quality if we are comparing 1,500 compared to 12,000. So this is something that you can see that the yellow dots are below that line of regression. There is a lot of place for improvement. And a good example, if we compare Panama and Chile. Panama and Chile, they spend the same. Actually, Panama is expending a little bit more. The salaries of the teachers in Panama are higher than the ones in Chile, and the performance of Panama is even worse, even for the Latin American standards. So that is with the only example you can see with the huge differences that we've got in the efficiency of the expense in our country. So we need more resources, yes. Do we need to use it in a more efficient manner? That as well. There are so many comments that are complex, but the two things are true. We need more money, and we also need to spend it in a better way as well. And I just want to close this with a couple of things. It's just that there are some countries that have improved, but still we're not where we should be. That's something that applies to my country, Peru. In Peru, we can say three things at the same time, and it also applies for Latin America. Is Peru good? Yes. Is it bad? Yes. And can we improve that as well? So that applies to all countries because we've got a lot of opportunity for improving. And when we see the bureaucracy should be at the better quality in Latin America, and lots of that talent that we've got to fulfill our ministries and our local offices with talented people, with people motivated, that people is there. And if they're not there, it's because there is no political alignment. It's not that we don't have good people. We've got lots of people who are excellent in Latin America, but that people, we need to see that we've got the political alignment for them to have the opportunity to work in the improvement of our educational system, and we need to do it quickly because it is the moment of saving education is now. Jaime, thank you very much for all these comments and the invitation to continue working. And of course, this idea is quite clear, and then we can continue working to transform the educational system. Now we will continue to finish with the first segment and then go into the coffee break. I would like to introduce Tracy Burns. She is the Director of Research of the National Center of Economic of Washington, D.C. She was the Chief of Education from the Center of Education and Innovation of the OECD. She has been working in different places such as UNESCO to do the regional study and explicative and comparative analysis. So Tracy, we're going to give you the floor now with her lecture called Transforming School to Promote Equity.
Standing between you and coffee, so I will be rapid, and I have no video and no cartoons, so I apologize on that front, but I will try and be entertaining and interesting. One of the things, and I think that this has been a series of observations with the very interesting presentations that I've seen across the last day and a bit, is a series of disconnections that I feel are implicit in all of our conversations, but haven't been made explicit. And so just some observations around, there is a distinction and a disconnect between our conversations around this infinite growth imperative and, of course, the finite resources of our planet. There is a distinction between the financial economy that we talk about and the real economy, which is the lived experience of people in the street. There is a distinction massively, and that has been made very clear, between the wealthy and the poor, and a disconnect, sorry. There is a disconnect between our current measures of gross domestic product and well-being. There's also a disconnect between our conversation about technology and our constant connectivity, and yet how people report feeling more voiceless and less able to speak. And these conversations and these connections, I think, are much broader than education, but they ground the way we're working and they ground the way we approach some of the conversations that we're having today, because it's imperative to think through how these things connect to each other and how we want to think also about our solutions to the problems that have been put on the table. I was going to say this was implicit until you spoke, Rukmini, and then you actually said just this, which is there's some lessons that we took away from the pandemic. One is that key role of the essential reminder of schools, literally physically being with our peers is hugely important. The key role of well-being, you're saving me tons of time because I'm just going to read these now and not explain or even expand. And of course, that key role of supporting the most vulnerable. And that was not news, actually, right? That nobody learned that. The inequality challenge is not new. It's a long-standing, multifaceted challenge for all systems. No system is, I'm from a wealthy country, I'm from Canada. There is a massive inequality challenge there, just as much as there are in poorer countries. It plays out in different ways, but everyone struggles with that same distinction to different dimensions. And particularly this concept of compounding risk, so that one risk coupled with another and another is what actually is where you're in the most difficulty and the most disadvantage. And so we keep posing the same question, and I think I'm the third person this morning to pose the question, which is what will it take to make real progress, right? And I'm following two speakers who had two beautiful examples of ways in which we can lift, ways in which we can do something differently, and ways in which we can push ourselves to act now and do better, as Val pushed us to this morning with his opening address. One of the things I want to do, though, is put on the table this concept of education as a complex system, which is we have in most of our systems seen increasing decentralization of the system, autonomy going out to the schools, to regions. More diverse stakeholders are involved as a result of that. And of course, more data is available and access to that data is more available to that diverse group of stakeholders. And so what you have is a lot of different power streams and power ways of thinking about education, which are becoming increasingly complex. And yet our structures have not really changed. They compartmentalize issues, they compartmentalize our students. And one of the big questions to solving a lot of the struggles that we're talking about here is how to form that coherent whole. How do we find a solution that actually covers the fullness of the problem rather than one piece of it? And so one of the things to do is this is partially philosophical, but one of the things to do is think about things also as in terms of thinking about complexity, because complex systems, by definition, their processes and outcomes are nonlinear and unpredictable. And one of the things that you have to do, whether you're a policymaker or a practitioner or a parent or a student, is also be able to not only be good at what you do, but expect the unexpected and be able to pivot when it comes, because this is just a function of who we are and how our system works. And so I'm going to give you a sort of a thought experiment, which is takes this and sort of puts it in very specific ways, because not everything is complex. I'm not saying that this is insolvable, but it is important, I think, to distinguish between simple problems, complicated problems, and complex problems, right? And a simple problem would be something like following a recipe. You've got a recipe, if you have the ingredients, you put them together, you stir your cake, you put it in the oven, assuming you have all the pieces of that you can do this, you will get your cake, and you will more or less have the same cake every time. You can solve the problem and you can just replicate it. That's a simple type of problem. A complicated problem is something like sending a rocket to a moon, right? It is rocket science. It's super complicated. It requires massive amount of expertise, innovative thinking, all the things that happened in order for us to be able to send that rocket to the moon. This is not an easily solvable thing. But once you solve it, you can send another rocket to the moon. You don't have to rethink it all. Once you've solved it, you can solve it again. And those kinds of problems are different than a complex problem, which is, for example, raising a child, right? You can have all the ingredients, you can have all the expertise, you can have all the ways and knowledge and expertise, and what happens? You don't necessarily have the answer to every situation. Why? We know why, because children are their own beings and they react differently to you. Whether you're a teacher or a parent or an aunt, it doesn't matter. This is something you do not control. And what you have to do is come prepared, come with your expertise, but come prepared for the unexpected. Right? And so using this lens to think also about solutions in education, whether they be systemic, about how do we want to manage our policy process, or more granular about how as a teacher do you make decisions for your students in the classroom, it's helpful to use this because, as I said, not everything is complex, and when you can isolate the things that are simple and solve them, or complicated and solve them, that frees up space also to give more autonomy and expertise to dealing with the complexity. And so connecting this conversation to the theme of this conference, which is evidence, one of the things we can do is think through, well, what would this actually look like for thinking about our evidence systems? Both Val this morning and Jaime just talked about creating a culture of evaluation, for example. How do we want to actually do that? What does that look like for people? And one of the things we have to acknowledge is that, of course, part of, the endeavor of all of our work in this room is creating more knowledge. That's codified, excellent research knowledge, research results, evaluation results, assessment data. Those are all available, and those are all mounting in numbers, luckily, and which is also the importance of synthesis, which Rafael has talked about. But the other thing is, of course, for most people, including teachers and including policymakers, one of the things you do if you want a quick answer is you Google it, right? And so then you have thousands of research results, which may or may not be research. And so one question is, if you think, well, we talked about the emergence of new actors, new people with access to data, new people with power who have a vested interest in the system. What are they doing with that research, and how do they understand, particularly when we acknowledge that the traditional gatekeepers of research quality, which used to be you would go to the library and look it up, it would be published in a book, those are now gone. So anybody with access to this has access to a different sort of unfiltered research. And this is a serious problem for those of us in this line of work. And it's also a serious problem for anybody working in education, because it moves everything from the questioning of the political dimension and political choices to the expertise of teachers, right? And whether or not, and the respect and status of teachers. And I won't go into this, but there is a whole other question about what AI is going to do for this complexity, and what AI will do and how it will deal with, for example, the self-correcting nature of science and updates and retraction of publications. AI is currently actually not able to deal with it. This is troubling from those of us in this field. But moving on, if we want to think about, well, if we want to talk about new actors, who exactly are we talking about? If you've been in, like me, I'm sure many of you, when you talked about sort of evidence-informed policy or practice, there was always three groups, the three main groups. There were the researchers, there were the schools, the teachers, principals, etc., and the students, and then there was the ministry, the policymakers, and also government agencies. And those three groups still exist, and they're hugely important. But they are complemented now by this decentralization, local school boards, school providers, local authorities, by businesses, communities, and of course parents, who are very powerful in many systems, NGOs and labor unions, complementing and advocating for teachers and their own interests, the training providers, the publishers, the edtech platforms, all of whom have their own interests, and legitimate, by the way, legitimate commercial interests, that's their business, but they are invested actors in this system. Increasingly, we're also seeing really important roles of funders and venture capitalists for investing in edtech solutions. And they, again, also have, in many cases, their own priorities and their own strategies for investment. And this will dictate not just who is being funded, but what is being funded. And that includes research priorities. So this is an incredibly deep thinking through how this all plays out. And of course, last, definitely not least, media and social media, which is actually an enormously powerful actor when we think about the governance of education systems, the use of research, the way evidence is informing our policies and also our practice. And so all of these actors are using all of the evidence, real or not, to make decisions. And so when we're thinking about how do we want to create this culture of evaluation, or how do we want to encourage the use of evidence in policymaking or practice, we can think about, for example, this really basic understanding that access is not the same as use, right? One of the first things people do is they put it out there, they make it available, they create a website, and they make it available for people who are interested in finding a solution to the question. And you just mentioned this, hey, that's not enough, right? You can have a result, you can have a proposal, but it doesn't mean it's going to be used. And so one of the big pushes in the last, I would say, 8 years is moving from pushing the solution out there to trying to start a discussion so people who are in the field want to pull it in, they want to use it, they want to know why it's important and understand. But in order to make that happen, you have to be able to have access. That's necessary, preconditioned. You have access to evidence that's usable and understandable, and of course relevant to you, right? That's one of the big ones. You have to have the skills. Do you have the capacity to do it? Can you make sense of the evidence? Do you actually know what to do if you're given this solution? And then the third one, interactions, which I think is maybe the most interesting one, which is interaction and collaboration facilitated among people who are using evidence, because it turns out that evidence use and the construction of knowledge is actually quite social. And you are, this is Jankowitzki in 2020, you're more likely to use research if it is responsive to your needs, you have a question, you've got an answer, if it's routinized, so it's part of your day, and if it's relational, if it comes from a trusted source. And that relation part is one which now we're seeing a huge amount of investment. If we just look at this sort of in stages, you see the beautiful work in a linear model. This is, Jose spoke about this yesterday, but a linear model which has a linear, you produce it and people will use it. A sort of if you build it, they will come idea. Disseminating and communicating research, commissioning research for policy and practice, facilitating its availability. This is absolutely a necessary first step. And many of the people in this room are involved in it. And it's an amazing, amazing resource. It's so fun to be part of these conversations. The second step, and again, many of the people in this room are doing exactly that, building the skills and the shared understanding. So what do professional partnerships look like? What do networks look like? How do you build them? How do you develop expertise and capacity? This is exactly what Rafael described this morning with the work of SUMMA. The EAF does it, EEN is working on it. So really a beautiful combination of both the linear push as well as the relationship building skills and connections. But that's not the end, because the third step is a system. So how do you actually develop a systemic vision with leadership and building the actual culture of evidence use, which includes also rewarding impact, generating structural incentives for whether it's teachers or policymakers to use the evidence, and then creating the infrastructure and mechanisms necessary in order to be able to reward people and keep it going and sustain it and scale it and all those things. And so this is the vision, and it's really, as I said, exciting to be here because we see that vision playing out. And it's really heartening because, you know, it wasn't that long ago that well, the US is a great example with the What Works Clearinghouse, you know, $500 million invested, and a real frustration that the evidence on the website was not being used by teachers. This is a very push model, right? We put it there, why isn't it being used? And so this conversation now, which is actually much more sophisticated, is much more likely to get reward for the impact and for the investment, because there is a lot of investment going into this field. And it's a question not just of asking for more money, but doing well with what you have. So I'm going to put a little pin in the evidence conversation and push us to a last point that I want to make before we all get to go have coffee, which is about resilience, right? So one of my other hats, I have a number of different hats, but one of my hats is thinking about the future and thinking about, well, what happens? What would the future of schooling look like? What's the future of teaching? How does that work? And that is, by the way, also evidence. It's just a different kind of evidence. And one of the things that's really clear when you work in the future is that you have to be prepared not just to sort of innovate and keep pushing, but you also have to be prepared for the unexpected. Because, you know, it used to be a longer way to explain this, but now post-COVID, you can just say, because COVID, things happen, and if you're not prepared, you are actually left unaware. So one of the things when we talk about this in the context of not having a lot of money, scarce resources, etc., we have a real question about what that means for resilience, because resilient systems have to be adaptive, they have to be responsive, and in many cases, you need to have feedback loops so that if something goes down, they can keep functioning. The global IT shortage that just happened last week is an example. If you don't have a backup, you are actually out of business for several hours. This is a massive economic implication. But creating backups is exactly against any kind of efficiency plan. So this is, I'm not telling people how to spend their money, but this is an open conversation around how do you want adaptive, responsive systems, which are also efficient. Spending public money wisely is crucial, but thinking this through thoughtfully. The other one is preparing resources for an adaptive system and for a resilient system. And this is very in line with what you were just saying, Jaime, which is thinking about what does the infrastructure look like, what competencies are required for teachers, for students in a changing world, and also for policymakers, all of whom need expertise and understanding and ability to work and develop systems that are ready for the future. But also, what does that mean for our priorities? What do you want to prioritize first? And here there's often a trade-off between what is an immediate urgent need and what might be seen as a sort of a 5 to 10 year important but not tomorrow's problem. And this is, any politician will know this, you often get much more political reward for addressing an urgent need than something which is going to come up in 10 years' time, which won't be in your, you won't be there anymore, most likely. So here's a conversation which is about politics and policy, but also about practice, right? Because teaching at the end of the day is a future game. Somebody who comes into the school now, a 5-year-old, will be going out of the school system, all things hopefully, in 15 years, at least 10 years. So the investment we're making is actually a future investment. And so these questions about how do we want to prioritize them actually become very real. And that also requires thinking about reinforcing capacity. We've heard great examples of professional development here in the region and elsewhere, but the need for that and the need for partnerships, the need for thinking, if we're thinking about the futures of education and the different roles that education is being increasingly called on to play, not just teaching academic skills, but supporting well-being and thinking through habits of learning, that kind of broader set of system goals for our students, well, that requires a different set of competencies for teachers, but also for the system. And this is just one data slide. This is from a policy survey from the OECD. So these are all OECD countries, and it's not all of them, it's 26 of them. So it's, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But it was a question about, do you in your system have partnerships with these following categories? And this was that either the partnerships were required by law or present in most schools. And parents, you know, obviously most systems said yes. Mental health professionals, almost, you know, a little more than half. Medical professionals, same. Community institutions, law enforcement, and you see it go down. This is from 2019. I expect digital experts would probably move up, but it's not going to move up that much, at least for now, because there is, of course, a real question about how you make public-private partnerships work, understanding and protecting the public good of education, as well as the legitimate goals of a private company to earn their own money. And so those conversations about how we want to move forward on partnerships and think about how to make this work so that we can really allow schools to provide and support students in all the ways that we expect education to function are incredibly important. And so I will stop there because I'm out of time, but thank you so much for your attention.
And the future will surprise us.
Muchas gracias a nuestros cuatro.
Thank you very much to our 4 speakers today, Rafael, Tracy, Jaime, Rubini. We are now going to go to the coffee break that we have been waiting for. We have 15 minutes for the coffee break. 12:15 we'll be back to continue with the panels that are going to be very interesting regarding the recovery of education, the past, and also the challenges in the
All right. So we're going to start with the first panel of dialogue, and we're going to be talking about recovery of learning and the educational trajectory. So for that, we've got our member of our panel, Alejandra Ratia, Undersecretary of Education of Chile, Alejandra Garces, she is from BHP Foundation, Pablo Araya, Executive Director of the Local Service of Public Education of El Pilo Student Matters, Chief of Mobilization of Evidence of Education in Education Endowment Foundation, Angela Madela, Chief of the Tip of Utilization of Knowledge for the Primary and Secondary Education for the National Organization of Research of Education of the Netherlands, and Karina Sotkova, Director of the Natura America Hispana Institute. And the moderator will be Dante Castillo. I'm going to give some words that is going to give us a framework in the topic that we would like to discuss to the Undersecretary of Chile, Alejandra Ratia, and then she will have to leave because of the agenda. And we got excited during the first part of the conference. So she is going to start, and then we are going to continue with the rest of the members of the panel. Can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me. Thank you very much. It's. I would like to excuse myself because unfortunately I had the agenda from 11 to 12, a little bit till 12:30, but I have to be in a meeting in 10 minutes. So that's why instead of being at the podium, maybe I can do the opening words. But I just want to say that I'm really sorry, so sorry. And I would really love to hear the voices of everybody in the panel. So I'm really sorry. Just to start. In the second place, I just want to tell you some ideas regarding the topic of the panel, which is how to move forward in what we have seen in the reactivation of the education from the perspective of the trajectory. And I just want to reinforce, I would say, three main ideas, which are, I'm so sorry. It's just the boss is calling. Three key ideas which are for the challenges that we are covering, not only in Chile, but also in the region in particular and also around the world. And well, that was part of what I had prepared to make some comments in this workshop. But the first part is how to do in the educational policies that we're doing for the reactivation of the learning, how we can safeguard these trajectories can be a country policy, and that can be a perspective in the long term, and not only for a government, but with a perspective that this is a task of the government and they need to continue with a view of systemic consistency, as they call it in the literature, but also thinking about who are the members of this process and all the people that study. So this is an example in Chile, right? But in Chile, we've got a government of 4 years. When a child enters the educational system, they're going to have at least 4 governments. So how can we make sure that the view that we've got 4 or 5, if we look into the higher education, then it's going to be more years. But how can we safeguard those principles to look for the safeguard of education with a perspective in the long term? And I think that is very important, and we discussed it during the coffee with some of you. How can we help that when we talk about education, we should leave education outside and the small discussion, and we should be talking about education with the deepness that it requires. And this is part of the second challenge that I had identified. How can we move forward with some practices based on evidence? Practices based on evidence that would allow us to make decisions at the different levels based on the evidence that make me robust regarding the impact. I really liked when we moved push and pull. And I think that we need to move into policies that would allow us to collect that evidence. I can say this because we trust each other, but I am an older person. I have been working in the Ministry of Education for so many years. Well, the other day, I turned 20 years at the ministry, and so many years in my previous lives at the ministry, they said, you know what, why don't you go when you go and discuss things? Why don't you go and also discuss it with the other members of the ministry and will tell us something that is consistent? Because when the ministry, they give you so many different information that it is not consistent. So we're pushing instead of collecting what's happening in the system, but collecting evidence. And that is something that we are doing from the government. We have organized a very important task that we've got, which is a project which is to add knowledge, which has this knowledge. It's symbolic, but it's quite representative because we are adding perspective and evidence from different points. So this is a project that combines the players from the public world, private world, and also international organizations. And what we want to have with this project is to coordinate it with the Fundación Chile. And what we want is that this will go beyond the government. So the educational policies will be of the state and not of an administration. So the first thing is that we need to see what are the initiatives that will have the bigger impact, to identify, to have a pilot, and to assess. And after that, we can escalate those initiatives that effectively will have an impact and will have a bigger effect in the educational system. So that is something that we really want to have, and that is a line of work that what we really want is that the decision at the different levels, because it's okay. Sometimes we take a look at the decisions that we see at the level of the public policy, because those are decisions with a bigger impact, with an important meaning in terms of the resources, but also we've got intermediate actors. I'm thinking about administrators and also the administrators of the private world and also the ones that receive a certain grant. And how can we make available a certain baseline of information that would allow to make decisions based on the evidence? And based on the trajectory, I would like to highlight how are we going to reinforce a system of projection of the educational trajectory. So we have been moving forward in Chile, and I would like to finish in perspective. During the last 10 years, we have been taking a look into this and how can we monitor more trajectory more than milestones, because the milestones, of course, they are important, but when we choose a certain point, a certain moment, is because we've got the assumption that those milestones will represent how we are in that trajectory. So what we're doing, we've got the IDV as well and SUMMA, and we just want to develop a system of protection of the educational trajectory. This is a very important project because this is something that I said before that will go into policies in the long term. What we are generating is a system that is very important because of its innovation and would allow you to consolidate the information that we got regarding the children and the young people, to consolidate different data that will tell us how their educational trajectory is evolving. And then we can generate a portability that would allow us to make decisions so that we can get there on time when that child started having an indicators that they've got a risk of leaving the system. So about this, I just want to be focusing on two perspectives. But on one side, we've got this view, and how do we have a system that would allow us to have a monitoring at a big scale. We've got a pilot now in 5 pros along the country, and I've got four of props along the country. And also, it is not only a props, but also with the administrators, and to see what sort of information do we need to have, or how do we make decisions with that information, what do we do with that information. The country doesn't have a system that would allow us to consolidate the information of different sources, and I believe that that's very important so that we can move forward by safeguarding the education of all boys and girls. This is from the perspective of the availability of information. There is a point that is very important, and that has to do with the educational trajectory, and not always we see that. And how can we make sure that the educational trajectory of each children will be pertinent and with a significance? Unfortunately, I was not in the panel when we were listening to the teaching at the right level, but that is a line that is very important. As a country, we have moved forward. We've got a way to cover the evaluation by understanding that this formative evaluation is trying to distinguish the process of evaluation from the qualification. And by doing this assessment, we can collect evidence about where is the area of development of each child. And from there, we can make a decision and definition of the education according to the learning experience that will recognize this diversity and to manage that diversity in the classroom. So many times it happens, and I would have loved to bring that graph because I came as a panel, but how do we see the learning experience throughout the years? We've got a group of children that are being left behind more and more, and that will have a huge impact in their trajectory, because it's going to be a risk that they will be excluded from the system, because they are children that will end up going to the school feeling that they cannot learn. But the thing is that they cannot learn is that we need to have an orientation of the education towards where they are. This is not meaning that we're not going to teach them what they should know now, but then we need to be in the area of development that they should be. So how we're going to back that up, we need to think in the experience in the classroom, so each children will feel that they are protagonists in the process of learning experience, and also the information for the decision-making process. No. I'm going to close now because unfortunately I would have loved to stay in the conversation, but well, the agenda was different and I need to be in a meeting 5 minutes ago. So thank you very much. Congratulations for this opportunity and have a wonderful time. Well, can you hear me? Everybody can hear me? Yes? Okay, good. Well, thank you very much, Alejandra, Undersecretary. I would have loved to have you at the panel. It's perfect, but it was a wonderful introduction, which is quite similar to what I wanted to do. Actually, you did it better. Effectively, the panel that we've got now, we're going to be talking about the recovery of learning, and also from the perspective of the educational trajectories. It is quite interesting, the discussion that we've made in this morning and the presentation we did this morning, because they all had a dimension of the trajectory. So Rafael was saying, what will happen if we start improving through an effective practice throughout the whole school cycle? What will be the consequences after 12, 8 years, 14 years with primary and secondary education? And that's something that is key. Rusmini was telling us, if we take a look at this for years and years, this is moving under certain circumstances, but if we take a look at that, maybe it will be different. But as Alejandro was saying, there is a disadvantage that is being accrued, and we need to face that disadvantage that we see more and more, and how the educational system will have the possibility to interact in order to correct that progressive accumulation. And with that, we are going to see it in the higher educational systems, in the primary education, but also in the secondary one, and the opportunities of having access to a tertiary education. So we thought that this could be a good panel, just because we can discuss about this point of view of the recovery of learning. She was telling us about the poverty indicators Jaime Saavedra was showing in the morning. So it is showing an urgent need, but we just wanted to use this area of the trajectory. So that's why we wanted to organize this space. Two questions. I'm going to ask the first one that is going to be general, and then that is going to be a point of view from the organization where you participate, and then the second round with more specific questions. So I'm going to start to my right, I believe, because since we've got Karina, and she's the director of the America Hispana, thinking about these critical elements with the needs of including the students that were out of the system after the pandemic, and what you are doing at Natura. What are those challenges, those barriers? Thinking about the perspective of the trajectory. If we can use 3 or 4 minutes, that would be great. Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Institute Natura is the foundation of Natura that canalizes the social investment in education in 6 countries of Latin America, including Chile, of course. We are crazy about evidence. We really love evidence, and on that we base our work, and also with a continuous reflection about what can an association of the civil society for the transformation of education. Specifically in Chile, Brazil, and Colombia, we are working in the transformation of the secondary education. You transform that school basically has 2 results, which are the better learnings and also a completed trajectory. We look for evidence all over the region. We understand that among other cases in Pernambuco, Brazil, that is an outstanding case. We did a lot of research, but not only Pernambuco, but also some other cases of different countries, and we found 6 elements that we may like to say. How are we working in supporting the national governments, but also subnationals, by trying to implement a policy that will include the 6 elements as a learning, but as a learning experience and not as a recipe. And those are key elements that should be set into these policies, whatever the country is. First of all, to value the secondary education not only as a mandatory step to the higher education after that. We have listened to young people that they not give value to the secondary education. I mean, the secondary education has no value in itself. And, well, it doesn't represent some attractive apprenticeship that will put into place what's the project in life for the students. The thing is that we need to have this life project at the center. The third point is the infrastructure and the conditions for learning that should be enough. So we know that this is not only happening in the classroom. They need to have the different areas for this to happen. Strategies that are very well thought for well-being and for them to stay, with some key elements within the schools by taking a look into the transitions. Teachers with capacities. I'm not saying anything new, and information system that should be absolutely robust, that will give us the possibility to have data to use it. I mean, that's the next step. I mean, we need to have the information and also how can we have it and to make an alert and to say when we are at in a case of risk. All these elements are in the strategies that we can see in the different countries. But I also want to mention something with the implementation of these policies. There is evidence of what's working at the classroom and what may happen in the schools. The capacity of implementation, especially at the intermediate levels, is key. In Chile, we're working with some local services of education. There are some results that are quite preliminary that are related to the reduction of the results that may be poor and satisfactory, or the ones that has to do with the increase of enrollment in the schools. But of course, the dropout, those are the main problems for us to work with the intermediate levels in trying to develop these interventions. And that is a way to generate these capacities in the territories without leaving aside that we've got the needs of a few strong strategies. We need to promote the political commitment. This is an element that may be focusing on the pedagogical part. We forget that at the maximum levels of the decision makers, we've got the bureaucracies in each one of these levels. So we need to use encajado is a word, it's a beautiful word. It's some sort of a commitment and a joy to be committed. So it doesn't have the same translation in other languages, but that is part of the bureaucracy in this sort of interventions. Karina, thank you. Angela, you are visiting us from the Netherlands. You are part of the team of the network. How do you see these challenges from the point of view of the trajectory?
First of all, thank you so much, SUMMA and EEF, for the invitation to this conference. It really feels like an honor to be here. For those of you who do not know, NRO, we're the National Educational Research Organization of the Netherlands, and our main focus is knowledge building, knowledge organization, sharing and utilization, and building a data infrastructure. So having said that, now you know who we are. In answer to your question, I would like to sum up 3 challenges specifically for the Netherlands, but I think they're for all of us a challenge. It has been said before a lot that there is a quantitative shortage of teachers, but there's also qualitative shortage of teachers, and not only teachers but also school leaders. And I would like to add to that school teams of good quality, because I think the focus should be on that it is a team effort, and so not only teachers and school leaders, but there are also a lot of teams who are not qualitative enough to make sure that kids have good quality trajectories. The second one is that we see in the Netherlands that to recovery learning, a lot of focus is on literacy skills and mathematics. We call them the basic competence in the Netherlands. We also have a master plan for basic competence. And realizing the conversations and the presentations that has been here, I do not barely dare to say it, but I think the focus should not only be on literacy skills and mathematics. I do realize for some countries that is the first step, but for us, the focus should also be more on gaining knowledge. So in the Netherlands, it's mandatory to supply or offer children a minimum amount of knowledge, but it's not mandatory to that they master the knowledge. Unlike for literacy skills and mathematics. And if you don't have the same level of knowledge as your classmates, then it's harder to move forward to the next grade. The last problem I will comment on is the fact that lots of pupils in schools in the Netherlands are in some sort of lockup or prison of low expectations, low teacher expectations. And moving up from one level to the other is not easy for them if you're often in their lower level groups in class, or if your parents didn't give you the same knowledge as your classmates, and the teacher isn't able to compare for it, or if you're not giving as challenging goals as your classmates. So those are the three challenges I would say we're facing in the Netherlands, but I think all of us.
Thank you, Angela. Por esos tres desafíos.
Thank you very much for those three challenges that you're telling us from the Netherlands. I would like to continue with Stuart, our colleague and partner from the network of the AN. And you have been working since the very beginning with the schools, and you have been able to work and see what's happening in the in the daily activities of each one of the schools. So how was the challenge probably during the last year?
Hi, thank you very much, Dante, and thank you everyone for allowing us to be here and part of this panel. I think you've asked me a question about the kind of last year, but it's quite difficult to not see that in the context of the bigger picture. And I think a few panelists this morning talked about, or a few presenters this morning talked about the kind of implementation challenge. And yesterday someone described it as the gap between the minister's office and the classroom. Or maybe it should be changing policy ain't changing practice, to use one of the people this morning. And I think when you think about that gap, it's a scale challenge. So you can make things happen in one school, you can keep things happening in one school, probably okay. I think someone else mentioned that this morning, but to do that across in England, the 21,000 schools, but in different, if you start taking that globally, it's just a huge challenge to do that. And the reason it's a challenge, I think, and I think from our experiences, it's a challenge of behavior change. It's about getting teachers to do something different in classrooms on their feet, and that is a difficult thing to do. And the two things for me that I think are challenging about it at the kind of system level. So one is, and it starts to get into some of the territory you were just talking about there, and I think we heard from Brookman earlier about, is about assessment. So how do you, it's not just having assessment, but it's how do you use it to understand what the actual problems are for children. And I think in England, we sometimes make generalizations about disadvantaged children, and we say there's a problem with not attending school, and we're not then looking at what the underlying cause to the problem is. We're just looking at the symptom. And it's about, can we use data more intelligent and help different levels of the system, so whether it's schools, whether it's the intermediaries, whether it's national government, to start to understand that a bit more and to make solutions that are a bit more reflective of what children's experiences are. I think the second thing is, even if you do that diagnosis, that understanding really well, how can you expect a system to be able to design interventions or programs themselves to fix all of those problems? And I think we've had some success in England of identifying some programs, and by programs we mean kind of packages of practices and professional development to help those practices happen. How can you kind of find those and then test them, evaluate them well? And we've had a few examples of those working really well at scale for us. And the Nuffield early language intervention is one which I could say a bit more about. But it's not enough just to say there's a few there. It's what's the long-term position here? How do you find the next one? And if you, not just a case of finding them, can we do something a bit more clever? Can we help use the evidence that we have now to build better programs? So we know some things about practice that we've had loads of conversation about some of those practices. We know some things about professional development. So can we use those things and bake those things in? So I think that's a big problem. It's a big challenge. I'm a bit optimistic that there's some solutions there, but I think there's a big challenge there for us.
Muchas gracias, Stu.
Thank you very much, Stu. From the educational system and specifically what Chile has done during the last year to reform its governance problems, the way in which we deliver the education. We have built the local services of education, this structure. Paulo, we met in the local service, Gabriela Mistral. I think that you are in the local service of El Pino. How was, in general terms, the experience from the local service taking a look into these problems that probably you need to face every single day? Well, thank you very much. And just to give you a context, well, as the minister said, this is in a process of a huge reform. We're changing we're changing things. We've got 146 municipalities, and they concentrate a territory, including municipalities, which is going to be 70 in the country, and we've got 30 something today that are being implemented. We are doing that. And it seems to be that is part of the constitution, but because we're talking about the decentralization, but we are concentrating things at the same time, but the scale is increasing, and we've got a bigger scale today with the challenge of reaching these problems, these common problems, and everything that has to do with the schools. So we've got a challenge about how do we reach them, and at an intermediate level, we can generate a better condition so that the schools can do a better job and we can guarantee those trajectories. So from that point, the local services, they've got some good things on one side, and the indicators, the goals, and the objectives, since they are more educational, that's an important thing that I would like to mention, because the whole work of this, it revolves around all these issues. They have to take care of the security and the trash and also the lights in the streets. So this is so we need to have the trajectory as well, and that is why we've got trying to align the correct objective. This is a system that seems to align certain objectives to the ones that are important. So then there are some other things, and what the undersecretary just mentioned with has to do with the political. I was designated by a government 4 years ago, and now I've got another government now, and then there is a break, and it's a good sign. But if we've got a certain bias about this, since it is of 6 year, this is going to break, and we're going to generate a heterogeneous work of the point of view of the people that are going to be in charge of it. And the ones who lead this system, we need to be committed to have the best possible people for all these topics, and to have a good teams that are motivated, and that's very good. In particular, what I have been discussing with my team has been working a lot to use the data of the system. Today, Chile has a rich amount of data, and sometimes schools do not have it or do not use it because they are monks. It is done by Mineduc, and we have generated better conditions. But to provide that information that in a way that can be read, so that we can have the trajectory. Today, you go to a technical professional school, and probably the schools, they do not know how many students will continue their education at a different level. So we've got the data from the secondary education. How do you finish? And then that is going to be linked if the person is linked to the secondary education. So as a service, we have provided information to the system. And also the initial education, since they were very little, we should see if the children, they may have certain special needs. And since they are quite young, we need to capture that. And hopefully, they will do the trajectory in the system. This is a big system. In the system that I lead today, we've got 32 young people, and we've got 114 in this institution. So this information is quite important to do a good track of what's happening. So hopefully we can have all of this, the secondary education and also high schools or vocational school. So this is relevant, and I think that we have moved forward into that. And regarding the challenges, there are lots of challenges. And on one side, I don't really like to talk about resources, because when we go to the school, they say we don't have resources. But well, you're not a school, and I'm telling you my pain. Yes, sometimes the problem is because we don't have resources. And we have realized that in the cases of a trajectory with a conflict that are so hard to recover, that are students that are at risk are the ones that are more expensive to retain. And maybe they will need a more expensive initiative. And we know that a tutor is a mechanism that will be very good, but we need to have a tutor, and sometimes in the school is not enough. And also, we can recognize and to value the role of the head teacher, because sometimes it is hanging there, and we can see it, to recognize what is the role or to create an incentives, because the head teacher that is doing a good job and is committed with their students will have a way more workload than another teacher that doesn't have that commitment. And this is the self-criticism to the system, because the system today, our system, is a public system which is founded by the organic law of the 70s. So this is a system that is not trusting, and the resources that we've got available cannot be used. And we're moving forward. I know that the ministry is making efforts with the parliament to give certain flexibility. And then he said that he didn't like it, but it will make the system flexible. But you buy a cell phone for a school, it shouldn't be a problem. During the pandemic, it was so hard to get the computers, to get a tablet. But today we've got a state that is taking a challenge on their shoulders, but don't have all the tools of management, because we've got a management to an administrator to help the schools. And this is very important, because of course maybe it's not a learning experience, but in order to retain students we will need more resources. Thank you, Pablo, very much.
What you are talking about, resources, capabilities, training, they are repeated once again and they are key. Alejandra from Foundation BHP, and the work that you have been carrying out, and to think about these paths, these trajectories. You probably have developed different programs, you have supported different initiatives. Question, can you tell us a little bit about a general view? First of all, I would like to greet you all. It is a pleasure to be here. I'm the outsider a little bit. I'm a bit intimidated with so many experts here, so please be a little patient with me. But from Foundation BHP and the work that we have been carrying out for over 6 years, we even were during COVID time, so we have experience within crisis in education in first degree. And this was teachings and learnings that were very important. So from this point of view, I would like to make the point that the quality trajectories or paths in education, my vision has a lot to do with them being pertinent to the society that we are developing. A trajectory of quality education for 21st century has different components than what we knew about 10, 15 years ago, when education was thinking more of an industrial society, one that needed line work, people in line to work. So now we are in the era of knowledge, an era that does not have the same alignments, that is not developed the same way than how we were accustomed, or the way I was educated, for example. So there we have these educational paths, and we have to think how we can incorporate capabilities and abilities that have to do with the 21st century that you all know much better than I do, and it has to do with collaborational work, with communication, with digital abilities. And we have seen a discussion that if they are or they are not, but it has to do with the way we think, a mindset also, which is very interesting. Something else I have seen has to do with agility and flexibility of the system, the educational system, due to its characteristics, and because it is a tremendous system that is difficult to mobilize, which can be understood because it has priorities and urgencies, it does have certain characteristics. And in the private sector, we think that we can contribute with agility, innovation, methodology that can be inserted from the private sector in an efficient and quick way. And from there, I would also mention what Alejandra Arratia mentioned, the subsecretary, that we are very happy to participate in this initiative, which is the first public-private alliance to be able to find models for education, generate evidence, and make better decisions based on evidence. And lastly, to not go too long, motivation of students. We think, and those of us who work in education, I include myself, motivation of our students also has to do with the educational paths that are pertinent. We see that students, for example, they react very well to programs. We support creators, which is a project in which the students can participate with creative solutions to problems in their communities. And the Digital is also a program that we are working in that has to do with computers in educational establishments with innovative technology. And these are the tools and the language that students use nowadays. And we cannot look away from that. We have to adapt to that reality and from there be able to make a contribution. So we talk motivation of the students, incorporate them as key agents to be able to find solutions to the problems in their communities. That motivates them. I have seen in the projects that we develop that when we give a problem that has to do with their reality to a group of students and with a motivated teacher, there is a community of learning that happens regarding this. Thank you very much, Alejandra. Thinking from the perspective not of the problem, but of the solution, we could think that multiple organizations that who are working in education, we know and we implement and develop programs and interventions that help us to go forward or to advance in resolving these issues. I'm going to start with Stu. And the question, thinking about this idea of what works, how it works, we have the evidence, how can we put it into practice, what kind of implementation? My question is precisely having to do, is there experience that you can share with us? Highlighted experience maybe regarding what you have been carrying out, the work you've done, how to place into action, this evidence placed into action. What lessons have you learned from EEF and this work that you're doing with the network?
Yes, thanks. A slightly difficult question in the sense that it's literally my day job. Is thinking about like how do we mobilize evidence and create change. But I know you'll want to finish on time, so don't worry. I'm going to pick a few things. So I think there's probably two things that I think might be worth highlighting, and one of them is a bit of an echoing what another panelist from yesterday, so Victoria from the KICS Hub, the Africa 19 Hub, said yesterday. And actually, I think Tracy might have mentioned some of the things this morning as well. So it's just something about like how do we communicate information? I think the three words we use in EF to kind of guide some of our thinking about resources and communication are relevant, robust, and actionable. And the relevant, I think we all understand that's about having the thing that's useful to the policymaker or to the teacher. The robust, I think hopefully we're all on the same territory and we know what we mean about kind of rooted in evidence. But I think the actionable is important to us, because I think sometimes it's about knowing what either policymaker or the educator would do with it. So having that thing, and I guess the sort of the simple version of all of that is just to be useful. So can you make evidence useful? And you've got to know who it's useful for, and you've got to know what it's kind of useful for. So that's one thing. I think the second thing, and I think this has come through a little bit, but it's about maybe how you navigate the push and the pull in a kind of co-construction kind of a way. So you are trying to take into account educator views and school views and setting views, but you're trying to do it in a way that helps sort of steer and guide to, because the evidence is a useful navigator. And the way we've done this a little bit is to do some of the design of the tools and the resources with educators, and a couple of examples of this if you're interested. So in our kind of newest resource for early years, we've got a thing called the Early Years Evidence Store. And we've tried to produce some videos that show what does using evidence look like in practice. And we didn't just go and say, we want to find these things. What we did was we worked with some educators to think about some examples of what these things look like. And then we worked with those educators to film those. And then more recently, we've actually then kind of moved to a position where we've supported those educators to do some of that filming themselves. Great. And that's also the approach we've taken in our work with, we have a group of evidence hubs we call research schools, but they support the kind of educators that talk to other educators about evidence. And we've supported them to do some videos that talk about, in a bit more depth, about how to apply the evidence in practice. Starts to be some of those kind of solutions you're looking for. And again, we've got this kind of more open website. It's called Clips from the Classroom, hosted by Research School Network. Again, this is about kind of pushing into the, how can you make it accessible, but still curated, feeling like it's coming from the profession with the profession, as opposed to top down, told to do things.
Thank you, Stu. Muchas gracias. La curatoría.
Thank you. Curating and modeling lessons. Thinking, Karina, in the work that you do from Natura Institute with the transformation of secondary education, I'm sure there's concern there regarding, due to the trajectory. That connects with what you were saying at the beginning regarding how can we make secondary education an end in itself, and that it can be valuable. Some lessons regarding this experience, if you can share with us. First of all, I think it is not quite resolved yet to give more value to secondary education if we can't place the young person in the middle. I think the path that we can see that can be the most direct is to place the young people in the middle, work on their life project. For example, in Bernabu, who I mentioned previously, who beyond just having an extended day, and we know through evidence what the impacts are, it brings on also this concept of changing the grammar of school so that it makes sense, as you were saying in this panel previously, so that it makes sense to the needs of the current world. So I am going to continue bringing up this point of having the young people being the protagonists, the main characters, and having all the educational services looking at this development of the young people. And I think we have a lot to learn from civil society regarding what happens in school, from the knowledge of the teachers, for the people who administrate the schools and what they can contribute. And I would like to make a point from our role to not impose recipes, pre-made recipes, but to find and look. The system knows how to build on top of that, or build with that. And always to understand that less is more. Not because the educational agenda is not complex and it has multiple different subjects or areas, but during pandemic, working in the province, one of the provinces of Argentina, the minister invited us to a celebration at the end of the year. And when we looked, we had a big screen. Remember when you had to move the screens because there were so many faces that would show up on the screen? They had organizations, foundations, businesses trying to contribute with a completely disarticulated way. And I want to make a point on the articulation in the public policies hands, who they should be able to have a view of everything, who imposes the priorities, and who looks at public policy and not isolated projects. So I think that to close a little bit, how do we see the intervention from a business foundation in this case? Thank you very much, Karina. The relevance of the public sector. And also in the case, Pablo, sorry, I'm going first with the question to Angela. Angela, from the work that you are carrying out with school, or the evidence that you have been able to collect, and the work that you are carrying out in the Netherlands, what is the experience of mobilizing this evidence, of mobilizing this knowledge that you generate, or the one that goes to your country? And how have you done it regarding the lessons and placing into practice that evidence and that information that is so necessary for the improvement of the schools?
Yes, I would like to share an approach which is on macro level, which we do ourselves as NRO. And it's the team of my colleague who does it. So I'm going to brag a little about it because I'm very proud of it. But it feels like I'm allowed to because it's not my team, but hers. And it's called, Isabel, my colleague from Belgium, said yesterday that there is the challenge we're facing is that teachers want answers fast to their questions. And I think the approach I'm going to tell you is some sort of answer to that challenge. And it's our service, which is called the Knowledge Roundabout. It's a website our organization developed, and it's not specific only for recovery learning or learning trajectories, but for every subject in education, and also for everyone working in schools or around it. They can access the website, and what you can do on it is you can ask your question, and then a knowledge broker will call you, and will make sure that there comes out an answerable question. For example, does an extended school day contribute to student development? And then they take a few weeks, 10 weeks. Some of the teachers think that's still not fast enough, but we think it's pretty fast for doing research. They do literature research on the question, and then we will give the answer back to the one that asked the question. And we also make the questions and the answers public on our website. So by the end of last year, more than 750 questions were asked and answered. And in 2023, the average score of the satisfaction by questioners was 9 out of 10. And 84% of the website users said they were going to use the answer. So I think it's something we could be really proud of.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Angela.
Going back to the question of the public sector, and the comment that Karina was saying about centrality and the one who looks at the system as an all, as Pablo from local services, how have you been able to see, what have you been able to do regarding implementing some innovations and strategies that allow the improvement of establishments and the use of data? You were recently talking about, in your intervention, that information was available. What has been your experience in local services regarding the use of this information for the capabilities of the improving the capabilities of the establishments. I'm a fan of evidence, so I have felt at home here in all of these activities these last 2 days. For the one who administrates the schools, or for the district, a school district, it is difficult sometimes to be able to get into the classroom. The higher up you are, the less possibility that you go into a classroom. And at least what we have applied in local services of Gabriela Mistral, and that I hope that we can implement soon. What you do not measure does not exist, and worse, it's not seen. So that doesn't mean that it's the evidence itself, but at least the data we have available in our schools, we have to make it visible to be able to talk about education with a little bit more focus, and to make decisions, not so much, sometimes I say, I don't know how you translate this, but like the clickometer, but like basically it helps to clean up the conversations and to remove the context around a child, because in the end, at home, the home doesn't come to school. And data helps to understand this, make this conversation more sincere. So to reach that point in a pedagogical point of view, and from here there's a lot of information, there's a lot of data that is available in the system, and also the force of intuition. And this has improved the conversations, at least with the board of directors. I have some slides that you can't see it, but since I'm going to show it in the educational system now, you know nowadays where the children are signing up from, where they live. So you know where my student, what neighborhood are they coming from. You also know the preference of the student with the school. You can know how much the student or the family of the student values school. And to have a student in first or fourth preference of school, there is a view regarding the educational project. If public education, at least the first options are lower, right? People prefer the charter schools, and at least as executive directors, we have to work, because we have to work with the prestige, the reputation of the schools. So there are certain things that help us understand. And there's a lot more information. There's things having to do with those who sign up, attendance, that are very relevant. And you can have yearly trajectories. But I think that an important point that was a product of the pandemic, at least for the system here in Chile, has been that in spite of the administrative part, we have this test that has to do with this knowledge-based test. And local politics has decided that it was applied in all levels from second grade till 12th grade. And this test is very important because, at least for those who take the test, it's to understand what the standard is for me to be able to measure the objective in learning. And it's very difficult, believe it or not, to decide how to measure how a child knows the information, what kind of question, what kind of difficulty should I apply. So that test that comes from this agency in the Ministry of Education at least started a conversation regarding what are the standards that we are going to use and how are we going to measure them. And I think that that was very relevant. And also on top of that, there's another part of information. It's not only measuring math, for example, but it's also the capability of resolving. And you see how they are with the different courses. How are they cohabiting? How are they looking at their teachers? What is their opinion with the school? And all of that information is available every year, 3 times a year per child. So once you get all that information together, as a district, at least you can see the schools that need a little bit more support, and you can focus a little more. You can understand a little bit more what's going on, and the director can make better decisions as well once they come into the practice of following this information. But of course, there are certain patterns. The students are unmotivated. Well, it looks like more that when they answer academic, it's high. They're up to 80%. 4.5 here in Chile is the score. They want to learn, But if you see a school with low scores and high expectations, there we have a gap. And that's a gap that the school, if they don't necessarily see day to day, because they don't ask the question to their students, how motivated are you? And there you can see a lot of things. You can see the whole cohabitation, how it gets complicated in 5th grade, and there's certain patterns, and that also helps for the interventions the schools can have. And that has been very important. And also, and this is related a little bit to the what somebody else mentioned, and this diagnosis, what has it generated? It shows us that we have children that are in 5th grade, but they're at the level of a 3rd grader. And then the question is, what do we do with them? What do we do so that the children don't end up staying behind? So it helps us to be able to see what is behind, because we know that at children that do not learn, it is more possible that they will drop out, and we have to help them, etc. So there we have what we apply in the schools, and a little bit intuitively. For example, when you see the gaps and you study the curriculum, the teachers start discussing what content are we missing to cover these areas. So they start working on this knowledge to reinforce that we know that when this is done, at least it has a positive effect. So it improves practices. And the other thing that also happens is at least the information generates that collaborations be better. For example, it's different to go to talk to a 2nd grade network with a follow-up of a reading in 2nd grade with a little bit of from all levels, and to talk and compare with that information than doing it on our own. It improves information. And that is where maybe it is important, closing up now, how as an institution as SUMMA and universities help strengthen certain practices. For example, with SUMMA, we work in regularia, a collaboration. Because you can say it's obvious that in education, we are going to collaborate, we're all going to be together, and it's going to be better that way. But in practice, in the schools and the preschool, it doesn't happen due to leadership or due to social pressure. And to collaborate, sometimes you have to learn to do so. And that can be taught, it can be imitated, and this maybe is where the solutions can help generate better programs that have a better projection long term, thinking long term. And also, and lastly, I think that it's impossible to improve. When we have a constant improvement, you can't do it without information. So everything that is feedback from the teachers. And the law knows that it is mandatory in the law to have feedback. How many teachers have feedback? It comes out. So without information, it does not work well. So it's very important. And I think it is an axis of public policy.
Paulo, thank you very much. And just to close with this panel, it is quite important to have the view from Alejandro to what you have been doing from the perspective of innovation and the support of innovation, what you are developing in the different programs that you're launching and promoting. What would you say are those keys to reinforce that innovation that will give the results at the level of learning experience that you have had throughout the years? Well, I just want to mention a project that was started by the end of last year, which is a collective effect. And this year had a contest to select 8 initiatives that precisely they will have a sort of innovation that will be approved, and that it will generate a model and evidence to share as a public good to the rest of the educational system. And on this regard, we can say that the system of education from the public world and the civil society, there are many initiatives that are quite interesting. However, they are not aligned or they are not sharing the same objectives. So we see a duplicity, we see that we can start doing what others are doing because there is not a way to share or to work with a system that will lead us to a collective impact. And in this collective effect, we're working with these 8 or 9 organizations to set indicators of collective impact since the beginning of the project. And those indicators of collective impact will be part of the project. It is not a working table with everything that has to do with the working tables. And now we need to get into an agreement to what organizations can cooperate one with another's in a concrete manner and what are the objectives of impacts in the long term. And this is a project that is quite important, and the innovation cannot be a test for 1 year or half a year. We have been working with a project of 5 or 6 years to have a time to co-design, to prove, to have a pilot, to assess, to collect information, and then to share it as a public good. It is also important to keep it, to be aligned to the public policy, and by no initiative this is something different in the system, and we need to be able to sit together and to share what are the priorities of the system of public education and to align it to generate the impact that we want. So there are so many impacts that we have been working to reach to this model of innovation in a systemic manner in the long term. And now you're looking at me. Please say wrapping up, wrapping up. And well, okay. Last, it is important that the innovation should be associated to a model of sustainability, economic or associated to sustainability with the governments, with the state of the country more than the government, so that they can continue developing and really they can generate evidence for the future. Thank you, Alejandra. It was not my phase of saying please wrap up. No, I just want to close with 3 concepts in this panel. First of all, thank you very much to all the members of the panel. And 3 concepts. And with this, I'm going to close this. Besides being a fanatic of the evidence, as Pablo said, the first thing is the trajectory from the state that is worried about the biography of students to take a look at the group of the process. And secondly, to see the project of life. And how can we think in this process of education and the different events? And with that, the concept of articulation among the different players has been important. So, okay, a big round of applause to this panel, please. Okay, thank you very much to the panelists. You're going to take a picture. And I'm going to call the members of the new panel. And now we're going to continue with the next panel. I'm going to leave you to take the picture.
Sí, ok. Ya. Seguimos con el siguiente panel de diálogo que abordará la temática.
So now we're going to be covering the experiences of the board, the challenges of equality, to cover the learning experiences in minorities and excluded groups. The participants of this group, we've got Valdecir Mendes, Chief of Education at UNESCO, Francisca Morales, the educational officer of UNICEF, Talia Zavala from Investigation and Promotion of Policies, Queen Rania Foundation from Georgia, and Patrick Ogwen, Chief of Procurement of eBase in Africa, Rocio Fauna, National Director of the National Service of Social Reinsertion. And since I am a multitask, I'm going to be moderating this panel.
Okay. Vamos a esperar ahí unos minutitos a que les pongan.
So we're going to wait for them to get their microphones. Oh, Valtencio said that I can sing in the meantime. I don't know if I know any song. I can sing in Portuguese.
La garota de Ipanema, bueno, de la sabes. Un vals peruano. Yo soy del Perú, para los que no sabían. Sí. Un gusto, Francisca. Hola.
Tal.
I can put here. Thank you.
Thank you.
¿No ves?
Qué agradecer. Pueden traer sus sándwiches.
Este va a ser un desafío, es el último panel. Sé que estamos un poco con los tiempos.
So, okay, we are a little bit tight with our timings, but we're going to leave each one of the members of the panel to express
Hi.
¿Está nueva?
Gracias.
Y Rocío. Aquí.
Entren ahí.
Voy a poner un poquito más acá para poder verlos. Con la traducción, ¿están bien?
Are you okay with the translation? Is it working, Talin? Good. Okay, our panel has to do with the experiences at the border, the challenges with equity to cover the learning experience with minorities and excluded groups. And here we have the different groups where they have had different challenges, very important challenges to recover the learning experiences. And they are way more complicated and the more excluded and vulnerable groups of our society. So we would like to go deeper into that. What's happening with these migrant children that comes to live in this country, and maybe they don't have the opportunity to be in these new countries. Also, children with disabilities and with the different capacities or the barriers that they may affect every day based on gender, the LGBT platform, all the populations which are excluded from the system, and that we need to cover in an urgent manner. And I just want to open this panel and to visualize it with the GEM 2020 and was created by SUMMA and UNESCO. The 30% of young people between 13 and 18 years old, which are in prison, we're going to cover that covering with Rocio later on, do not receive formal education at their prisons. The 60% of students, they declare they have receiving bullying, and usually they say that the bullying comes from the teachers. Students of secondary education, they've got an average rate of attention of 10 points less compared to their partners without a disability. So these are numbers that should generate a worry for us, and also we should occupy about that. So we're going to start with the first round, and we're going to do it in a quite agile manner. And we're going to make it fun. The idea is to cover, first of all, the different barriers that you see that the different groups are facing, these vulnerable groups, each one from the institutions that they represent, and we can highlight certain barriers or other points that may be important to highlight. So we're going to go with more specific questions to each one of us. Rocio, would you like to start? Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here with us in spite of the time and that we are hungry. As we said before, I am in charge of having a new service in Chile, which is going to be in charge of the work with the young people who have been in conflict with the justice between 15 and 18 years old. And many of them, they are older than that age. Most of them, they are older, they are adults. We're going to be talking about the challenges because we are not only talking about people in the school age, but also adults. This is a service that is implemented throughout the country, and we are in charge of the 70% of the young people that are covering some sort of a sanction. And then the service that we had before is the SENAME, that is not longer in service. About what Carla was saying, I would say that an important headline for us is that we don't have so many problems of access in Chile to education. So we need to precise that 10% of the young people that we work, they are in prison. So we tend to think that when they have had a conflict with the justice, when we think about adolescents and young people, they are in a center, but that is only the 10 or 11%. But many of them, they are part in their communities with their families, and they are part of the territory. And what we found in both groups is that the problem is not in terms of the access. I'm going to be a little bit more accurate because it has to do with the permanence, and it has to do with the pertinence about how can we achieve that the educational system is in charge of a profile, and also some things that will not be normalized, even though that this is something that we have seen in the panels and after the pandemic, to think that most of children in Latin America, they will have a continuous trajectory in education. And that is something that we need to set as a priority. How do we take care of the particularities of these students and the access and the transit to the higher education, which I believe is something that we do not expect for these people, but half of them, with the one that we work with, they are older than 18 years old. The ones that are in a close system, they finish the secondary education. So the challenge is to see how can we be with them in terms of the generation of expectations, possibilities of access to give the standardized test in order to have access to the higher education at universities. And what we have been working with the Ministry of Education and the Undersecretary of Higher Education, if a young person was able to give this test to access the higher education, but they haven't had the centers that would allow them to have a permit to study, so they have to study online, and the Ministry of Education is not providing benefits or economic benefits for this studies that are not in presential. So they said, I gave the test, I was able to enroll, but as it happens in the general population, the access to the higher education is not only something that you will give the test and then you can overcome this barrier, but sometimes it has to do with make it available in terms of money. And that's something that we are discussing with the ministry. And beyond that, the vocational companionship of the orientation to go from the secondary education to the higher education is complex for all adolescents in Chile, in Latin America. So for the ones that came from a family that eventually that could be a first generation in secondary education is even more complex because they don't have an adult at home that have been through this process, and the young people that work with us, they are in that situation. So we're working with the undersecretary in order to have that companionship. And the last barrier that I think it is important to mention has to do with the method of financing. Chile continue working, and it has been mentioned with the payment of voucher, and this system works with a group of students that is smaller and smaller, which is a challenge because we cannot find executors of a school of the ones that would like to be inside the school. When we attract them with a payment as per young person, so it's not very attractive. So this is a structural challenge. And how can we see these other ways of financing for a population that can be very small? And the last thing that I would like to mention is that the schools that we've got in the north, when we've got the service installed, those are not schools as such, but those are the ones that work outside. And also the ones that live that experience are not part of this community. So it is important to think about all the other impacts, this effect of socialization of the educational community and so on. How can we move forward? Even though we don't have many young people, so there's not a dilemma that is easy to solve, in order to have schools within the center so that would allow the young people to have a certain evidence, some sort of an evidence that is similar of being part of a school environment, and not only to have teachers that will isolatedly go there to give them classes. So thank you very much for visualizing that. And sometimes they are quite invisible. This is a specific group of young people that are in prison. So I would like to give the floor to Walden Seer for a regional point of view at the level of different vulnerable groups. If you could tell us a little bit of that. Okay, thank you very much.
Esas fronteras en lo que dice respecto a equidad. Y o sea, si hacemos una mirada desde el trabajo a nivel internacional que se está haciendo, UNESCO hace 30 años creó y trabajó con los países en lo que fue la Declaración de Salamanca, que a lo mejor nadie conoce. ¿Quién escuchó hablar de la Declaración de Salamanca? Aquí 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gracias. La Declaración de Salamanca hace 30 años fue el primer como documento marco para tratar lo que significa inclusión educativa, ¿no? En el entorno, digamos, que estamos trabajando aquí y que luego se, digamos, añadió en todo el tema del ODS 4. Pero bueno, 30 años después, porque este año justamente estamos celebrando 30 años, tenemos, y si miramos las barreras que encontramos, la primera de ellas es la normativa. O sea, los países todavía no tienen leyes que incluyan esta visión de educación inclusiva tal como nosotros aquí estamos entendiendo, ¿no? Y si hacemos una mirada exclusiva, digamos, en lo que es la educación para aquellas personas con necesidades especiales, vemos que solo un 16% de los países tienen leyes que promueven la educación inclusiva en la educación regular, ¿vale? Por lo tanto, 16 países por ciento solo realmente están diciendo a sus comunidades educativas tenemos que integrar a estas personas con necesidades especiales, ¿no? Claro, esto es 16%, pero si miramos...
Val, solo voy a interrumpir un segundo porque no están escuchando ni Nain ni...
Nain or Tallinn cannot help you. The simultaneous interpretation is not working. Is it working now? Just a minute. It's just I don't want to leave you aside. Okay, wonderful. Is it working now? Valten's is not working. His translation is not working. Oh, that's a problem there.
Going on, can you tell me? Is that...
Can you please tell him that the interpretation is working, please? ¿Está escuchando? Can you hear it? Can you hear the interpretation?
Vous avez... C'est bien? No. No, okay.
Can you hear the interpretation? Is it good? Can you please tell everybody that it is working? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So I was saying that the topic and the first big barrier is the regulation. So we need to improve the legislation. And then the topic that we saw in all the panels, the limited resources, if we analyze the schools that in those countries that may have a regulation to include this huge diversity that we're having, then we need to see that we don't have enough resources for this integration. And I would like to recommend to talk, because let's visit the schools and to see the ones that have a high level with children with autism or other special needs. It's a scandal. As teachers and educational system, they've got this increase of diversity in different areas of the inclusive education, and then they don't have the capacity to give an answer to this need that we've got. So limited resources, another barrier. And then the identification of needs and data. And from UNESCO, we've got a project just to try to collect more data for this population with special needs. Then teachers, the good old topic to improve the competences, and then we've got other elements such as infrastructure and so on and so forth. But I would say that each system will need to identify their needs, but with this holistic mission to try to understand, as I was saying before, at a macro, micro, and meso, and to give an answer to that in that sense. Thank you.
I'll continue then with the same microphone. I would also like to thank the invitation to this panel and the presence of each of you here today. I would like to start by saying, at least in the case of Chile, saying that Chile has made important progress in inclusion, and in the normative area, we have a law called the Law of Inclusion, the new law to be able to deal with the students who have any kind of autism. Also to collaborate so that the internal norms can also reach out to those students, the group of students that are at the border. And in the borders in UNICEF, we have a work today of learning, a temporal space of learning in Iquique to be able to receive students from the Venezuelan population especially, who are arriving to our country, and we are working with them. And from there is that today we can talk about certain barriers that we have seen there. And I would also like to comment on some barriers that we raised up in a study that we carried out with the Foundation Mis Talentos regarding access, permanence, and the students that have special needs. And adding to what Val said, no doubt that we have this norm that is installed. However, we still have many barriers that have to do with access, for example, and that the norm in the case of the paid establishments is not the same as the ones who are public establishments. And that also means that there's less information on how to implement the measures of inclusion within the private institutions. And we even have problem gaining data in public institutions from Jungi, Integra, because they do not register the children or record the children that have some kind of disability. With the good intention of not discriminating, but that also removes information that we need today. On the other hand, we have issues with access in the cultural area. I mean, in terms of access, there are many families who still prefer segregated systems for their children with special educational needs, with fear of discrimination, because they are afraid of that there being any kind of bad, that they treat them badly. We have gone forward quite a bit. There's higher integration of students in regular schools, thanks also to the presence of the integration programs that today are in 53 or close to 55% of the educational establishments. However, the segregated offer is still existing, and in preschool, 95% of children who declared to have any kind of disability today goes to a language school. And there you have this issue that we have not been able to resolve. They receive a voucher that is pretty high, but it is not helping inclusion. Regarding the students that are foreign students, there is good news with the access, which is an identifying number that is provisional for the children that allows them to enter into the establishment beyond the fact that their migration situation has not been resolved as of yet. But what this also causes is that there are some benefits that the establishments receive. For example, the students receive directly, but the other students cannot have because they have to do with a different information here in Chile. So if they do not have their situation in order, they do not have access to certain finance. And yesterday they were saying, for example, that it does make a difference regarding what is invested by student. And here there are many educational establishments that are not receiving the preferential vouchers to be able to take on a population that is very vulnerable. And in permanence in the system, I would say that the barriers have to do with something that has been mentioned previously this morning, which has to do with the implementation. We have policies that are well directed in terms of pointing to the right of education of the children. However, when they come down to the field, sometimes they do not have the resources, or sometimes they do not have the change and the cultural change that inclusion means within the educational system. So now I'm going to jump over to not take so much time, but there is also a phrase of a report of UNESCO, from the UNESCO, that says that structural inclusion, which means that the children are also there, or that this norm exists, is not a guarantee of full inclusion in interactions and relationships. And this relationship inclusion many times makes it difficult for them to have learning, but it also hinders the trajectory of these groups. So it is necessary to work in cultural change that has to be produced within the establishments as a barrier that limits learning for these children. Thank you. Thank you very much, Francisca. So then we have seen different barriers that are much more structural, many of them, right? Having to do with the norms, with the resources, financing, capabilities of the system. But I am also with that change of paradigm that we have to push from the society, from multiculturalism, the relationship, to be able to take in all of these children with different capabilities or that come from different environments or that are margined or that are set aside for different reasons. I would like to go to Talin now, so you can share with us a little bit the barriers that you see in your context in Jordania, where you work, to see what similarities you have with these barriers and what differences you can highlight within the reality that you work in the Queen Rania Foundation.
Carla, before I begin, I just want to say thank you to SUMMA and the EEF for inviting me to participate in this conference. Okay, so I'm going to try to be brief. Jordan is a country of protracted crisis. It has experienced multiple waves of refugee influx. Today, more than 1/3 of its 11 million population are refugees. So the country is home to approximately 2.3 million honorary registered Palestinian, 1.3 million Syrians, and these are the Syrians that came into the country after the war between 2011 2016. They now make up about 12% of the population alone. Jordan is also home to a sizable refugee groups from Iraq, Yemen, and Sudan. Now, most refugees in the country reside in the host community, so in urban and rural areas, and only about 17% of them reside in refugee camps. Now, because of this, we see that the education system in Jordan and refugee education as being closely intertwined. The influx of refugees in Jordan has put a strain on an already stretched education system. We see that there's an increase in the number of double shift schools to accommodate the large number of refugees. Now, double shift schools, their facilities tend to be run down, instruction time tends to be shorter, classrooms are overcrowded, and resources are scarce. We also see that the least trained and least experienced teachers serve these refugee students. We see that especially in the teachers of the second shift that cater to Syrian refugees. They tend to be less supported than their counterparts in the first shift, with the majority of Jordanians in that school, and also in the regular shifts, no-shift schools. This means that although access is guaranteed to these vulnerable groups, the continuity of education and quality is compromised. Now, some of the main barriers that these vulnerable groups face, which are somewhat similar to what Jordanians also face, is that they have limited access to pre-primary education. Jordan's government is keen and it wants all children to have access and enroll in pre-primary education, regardless of nationality, before they enter grade 1 at the age of 6. But there are major capacity issues, mainly not enough pre-primary education programs, which means that there's limited enrollment into KG2s. And we see that especially for Syrian refugees who cannot afford to go to private KGs. So currently their enrollment into KGs is only 52%. And there's also been a decline since the COVID-19 pandemic by about 5% annually. And also, generally speaking, boys are at a greater risk than girls from dropping out, from repeating grades and hence dropping out. And this happens because boys tend to have lower achievement levels than girls, and also they face bullying in schools, and sometimes they're pressured to drop out to go and help and support their families survive economically. Now, what I've mentioned so far can be, termed as barriers to access. If we look at learning outcomes, we see that Jordan is also facing a learning crisis, and it's unfortunately across all grades, all levels, and in all subjects. And we see that reflected in international assessments like TIMSS, PISA, and most recently PEARLS. So to take literacy as an example, too many children right now in Jordan are completing the first 3 years of schooling not having the foundational Arabic reading skills needed to succeed in life and in school. And this problem stretches beyond the classroom into early childhood, as there are currently 1.3 million children under the age of 5, and nearly 2 out of 3 of them are missing key learning opportunities in the early years. And this is partly due to the low enrollment rates that I've mentioned into pre-primary education, but it is also because there's a lack of stimulating home learning environment. Research done by the Queen Rania Foundation found that 4 in 10 mothers in Jordan reported that they or another member of their family have never read books with their children in the early years. We also see that 2 in every 3 households do not have any age-appropriate books, children's books. And I'm going to end here.
Muchas gracias, Talin.
Thank you very much for sharing this crude reality that the refugees are living. People have to deal with prolonged crisis, and what you share with us regarding these gaps as well, that they have to leave education due to other different issues, different problems that they have to deal with, and that they have to start working. Very interesting, the gaps that you're telling us about. Nain, to be able to go to you, please let us know a little bit about the challenges that you see in the context of Cameroon, Africa, where eBase is working.
Thank you very much for that question. And thank you to SUMMA and EEF for making it possible for me to be in this conference. So I come from Cameroon, and Cameroon is plagued with the Anglophone crisis. And there are a lot of internally displaced people, and people are suffering. Girls are also suffering to get access into education. So I'm going to paint a few barriers that affect the young girls and other vulnerable population in accessing education in Cameroon. So a little bit about intersectional vulnerabilities. So these are vulnerabilities, these are disadvantages that interplay into a person's life, affecting them to access certain things like education. I'm going to paint a little picture. For example, there is Habiba. Habiba is a girl. and she faces challenges to access education. These challenges include cultural challenges and risks of gender-based violence just because she's a girl. And there is this other girl, Tama. Tama faces the same problems as Habiba, but she has also started menstruating. Aside the challenges that Habiba is facing, she also has to deal with the problem of cost of purchasing menstrual products to support her menstruation, and her risk of sexual and gender-based violence increases. Going to school, she also faces the challenge of stigma from her peers, from boys, and even from the community. So she's unable to concentrate in class and learn because of menstruation, which she didn't ask for. There's another girl, Amina. Amina is another girl who has also started menstruating and is trying to go to school. Aside the problems that she's facing, which is similar to that of Tama and Habiba, Amina is having a disability, which means that she's unable to access the classroom and stay in the classroom to learn like every other girl. So all these vulnerabilities interplay on the girl's access to education. The second one is systemic, structural, and cultural barriers that also enable intersectional vulnerabilities. For example, we have an indigenous girl whose parents would rather choose to send a boy child to school than her, just because they feel that she's only good for marriage. Going to school is a waste of resources. We also have the problem of the crisis that has caused a lot of people to displace or to go to other regions that are considered safe, where the kids can enroll into school. So the kids, people who can afford to send their kids to these other host regions send these kids, but children with disability are left behind. For example, if we say the burden of disability is like 15%, we expect that those who are displaced or those who go into other host regions, the population of kids who have gone to these other regions should also be 15%. But this is not the case because it's very challenging for a parent to send a child with disability out. It's very costly, and children with disability have that challenge of, first of all, going to school because their parents don't consider them to go to school. Also, we have the problem of teacher shortage and the quality of teachers. When I saw the colleague from India present on what they are doing in India, the pictures were very beautiful. And the interesting thing that struck me was that the teacher had to attend to very few students, like 10 students. I was like, wow, just 10? In Cameroon, it's like 80 students for one teacher. So I was trying to imagine how can a teacher attend to all the 80 students in how many hours a day that the teacher is left with the student to help them to read and maybe mathematics. So I really admire what India is doing and the abundance of teachers they have for the students. And the other thing that we face in Cameroon is lack of access to education in evidence of what works. So teachers don't really have access to evidence of what works. So at eBase, we are focused on identifying all these challenges and all these vulnerabilities and try to remove these barriers that affect the girls, all the girls, from accessing education and learning. I'll stop here.
Yes, thank you very much. Gracias por compartir con nosotros esta experiencia.
Thank you for sharing your experience with us and also to place a face on what is being lived in Cameroon. Thank you so much. Now we will go to the second set of questions. We're going to do it for 3 minutes each to be able to share from your point of view the solutions that you see regarding these challenges and these barriers. I'm going to go with more specific questions for each of you according to what you carry out. I'm going to start with Valtencid. What reforms and programs do you consider ministries should push, the ministries of education should push in the region regarding these barriers that we have mentioned, whether it be local? We have also talked about Latin America, but also other continents. What do you see in a more structural way of policies that could be pushed or impulsed? After the previous intervention, it's difficult to talk once again of a more global context without placing names and last names to those who are suffering these discriminations right now. But I would say that, first of all, we need to have a diagnosis that is adapted to each context. Each country has its own reality. So it is very important that this work be carried out to be able to have it in a context. And looking at this, we have to think that there are different kinds of vulnerabilities, as we can see here, a different diversity, and we need to have programs that can be adapted to this. So first we have a view of a diagnosis that is in context. And second, obviously, we need to review the policies, everything that we were mentioning before, and also financing to be able to implement it, which is what Francisca was saying. We have a lot of deficits sometimes in the countries like Chile, that there is policies. However, the implementation has quite a bit to improve yet. And then we have data. We still have populations that are still very invisible. We can see a region and we have 8 million of displaced people. We have a migration crisis that is tremendous. We are still lacking many elements to understand this. And from the UNESCO, we also have a regional framework to work on all of this, to try to integrate with all of the part having to do with data that we were saying this morning, with the laboratory, etc. So we need to be perfecting this diagnosis in a better way in each one of these sectors. So we also, once again, and it comes out in these different panels, teachers, we need to reinforce teacher training and support. What is a reality with a teacher with 80 students? That is very difficult. So we do need to reinforce with strength having to do with that. And families many times are very disconnected, and they're the ones who carry out all the weight of a child or a young person with special needs. And focus on equity, but also in this intersection of diversities, because we have carried out studies and collaborated with a foundation in Chile called Prodemu, and we have analyzed what happens with women that are immigrants who come from the LGBTQ plus community and are in Chile. And it's fascinating. It is a reality that is very specific that we don't always look at, this intersection between different vulnerabilities. So I think we need this a little bit more. And also this to be able to work together, that each country will elaborate with their teams, technical, social society, civil society. And I think we also need actions, and now, because we see a lot of things that are happening, and in the meantime, these families are working on their own many times, and many times we're out of time. I put an alarm this time, yes, and we have these strong situations for each family. Since I received an alarm from the minister here from El Salvador, I will stop now and we will continue outside. Thank you very much.
We'll need to go to lunch, right? Okay, thank you, Valtercino. We're going to continue with Rocio. Rocio, you were talking about the intersectoral experience. How can we support each other to cover these challenges from a ministry, from a service? Sometimes we cannot cover this problem, but which experience have you done on that regard from the National Service of Juvenile Reinsertion? Chile is moving forward not only in terms of the reinsertion, but in the policies of childhood and adolescence to a systemic point of view when the intersector is not understood as someone that will come and help you with a goodwill. But they've got a demand because they are going to co-guarantee the rights of children. So we've got some rights of the childhood. And in the case of the law that is created, in this law, we've got a regulatory framework that is on the same line. And this law of guarantee says that the young people should be a priority for the public policy, especially for health education and the treatment of the consumption with a problem. In Chile, we have moved forward in the regulations, and now we can see how can we implement it. And it happens that since we said the educational system was not very pertinent for the children in the process of the reinsertion, then they've got their own devices for the socio-economic to help them in the skills of socio-emotional and some of the things that the young person will need to be part of the system. Today, we are in the challenge that this is not a part of the service, but how the Ministry of Education will assume this in a more complete manner, this responsibility that has to do with the one that is going to guarantee this. So with that, I think that we've got challenges. The Ministry of Education is looking how other programs that they've got the area of link for higher educations or pedagogical tutorship, how we can have this system that we don't want this to go against these students, but we need to move forward. For that offer will come from the educational sector itself, because otherwise we're going to reinforce the idea of a ghetto. So the service of reinsertion is generating education for the young people that are in this sector. So the educational system of Chile should be inclusive. And I think that that is the challenge. It implies to think in ways of financing and management. But today we're working with the Ministry of Education, and I think we are giving important progress on this regard. Segregation that you were mentioning, yes, to fight a little bit with that and to think about it. Okay, we will continue with Talim. Within what you just said, and maybe we would like to go deeper into innovative experiences that are being implemented from Queen Rainier Foundations. And you mentioned that so many children, they had problems with the fundamental learning that were left behind at the level of their literacy. You have developed some programs. Tell us a little bit more. How do you face that crisis, that part of the learning experience for the children that live in a longer crisis?
Are you okay? I'll be brief. So we have a program called Iqra'li, or Read to Me in Arabic, which is basically developed by the Queen Rania Foundation and its consortium of partners. We're working together towards a vision where children in Jordan, regardless of nationality, arrive at school ready to learn, to read and also engage with education through building on the emergent literacy skills that they have developed before the age of 5 at home. So research done by the Queen Rania Foundation shows that 9 in 10 children in Jordan under the age of 6 spend most of their time at home with their mothers. We also find that very few parents engage in behaviors that promote children's emergent literacy skills. So by working directly with parents, this program aims to encourage parental reading to children from birth to age 5, and we do this through 3 main components. All of the components are informed by evidence and behavior science. The first component is the social behavior change communication. Here we include mass media in the form of TV and radio ads, as well as billboards. And we also rely on social media to develop and share videos showing real parents engaging in reading activity together, highlighting the benefits of reading for both the child and the parents. These videos build on contextualized social behavior change communication research by addressing the most salient barriers parents face to reading and making that the behavior of reading relatable, easy, and attractive. The second component of this program is an online platform called iqra'li.jo, where parents can go and access free age-specific resources and activities, like free educational mobile apps, free children's books that are age-appropriate, and also references to other platforms where they can also go access free books and do other activities that can support the parents in reading with their children. The third component includes interventions that support parents in turning the intention to read into action. So, for example, we have a vaccine book gifting program where we gift books by leveraging the health sector as an entry point to reach parents from the birth of their children. especially since 92% of children receive their vaccination between the ages of 0 to 18 months. So in this program,
we've got the social registry of homes, and also some students that are not receiving those benefits, such as the feeding scholarship. Today, it depends on each principal of each school if the food that they receive for 100 students is going to be distributed into 150, because in the end, today we've got an enrollment of a 6.6% of the students that are foreign students, and most of them, over the 60%, are not in the public education. And what we've got, the last data that we've got, is that approximately the 53% of them has an identification ID that is provisionary, and not the identification which gives you the status of being a regular in this country. So we are losing incomes for the educational institutions to provide a quality service to the vulnerable population. Unfortunately, this is something that is quite administrative, and we are not being able to solve it. And it is quite necessary to get into an agreement with the Ministry of Social Development and the Education. In terms of the relationship, I would say that it's necessary to continue working in the area of the inclusive coexistence, because we've got the teaching practices and the non-teaching teams. We don't need a regulation that would say you need to give a good care of children, but also so many times the teachers, they said that we don't know how to deal with them, how to treat them. So we need to welcome them and to give them a welcome that somehow will make visible the hidden curriculum of the school. How do we treat each other? How do we say things to give an opportunity to these foreign students so they can move within the educational system? The peer tutoring works very well for the ones that have been in the school longer. Maybe they can be the ones that will be a guide during the when they just arrive. And also to move forward with this diversity, we've got a social stigma that Venezuelan families have, and it is also reinforced that the press and also the way that we treated the foreign people and how we associated with the criminal acts. So they suffer because of this, because during the break, and without the teachers listen to that, they are the Veneca, go back to your country, don't come to this country to rob. And that kind of comments, of course, that is going to affect the educational trajectory, their development, and so on. So beyond the pedagogical practices, what we see is that we need to move forward into the inclusion of the previous knowledge and to make it part. If they have already learned to do the math, the basic math, I mean, that is the way in which they know how to do it. And if they're doing it right, why do we need to correct them? And also I've heard very good experiences regarding the efforts that the teachers do at schools by trying to talk about or conflicts at the borders in softer way if we've got population from that country. So how they are able to manage the curriculum and the teaching in a way to integrate students from different nationalities. However, there are two aspects that I would like to mention. Is that we've got a need for having an acceleration of the education. So there are so many students that they don't have a need for learning, so they don't qualify to this program of integration. But They haven't spent much time in school since they arrived to Chile, so the teacher in the school, sometimes they are not able to cover the needs of that student. And last, and from our own experience in this space of learning experience, we need, and the state needs to cover this problem of the emergencies in general. But in this case, this is a humanitarian need with some sort of a non-conventional need, but will allow them not to interrupt this educational trajectory of that young person that is arriving to the school, to the country. Thank you, Francisca. The idea is to be more resilient to those problems and to be prepared to know how to have a context to be adapted to those populations. Thank you very much. And just to finish with this panel, we are going to go with Naim. Naim, you were talking about the gender barriers in the context of Cameroon. So please, can you go deeper a little bit in the innovative experiences that you are developing from eBase on this line to reinforce education from the gender perspective and to have a more equitative system, and also to mitigate the sex violence and also to reduce the gap between boys and girls. If you can tell us what are you developing by means of innovation, or to share certain lessons that you have learned through this process that you have developed through eBase.
Okay, so at eBase, we have the comprehensive menstrual hygiene. Can you hear me? So we have the comprehensive menstrual hygiene management approach that we developed at eBase. We co-created with stakeholders together.
Yeah, it's okay.
Can you hear me? It's okay. Yes, we. ¿Se escucha? Sí.
Oh, great.
Sí.
So we co-created this approach with stakeholders for adolescent girls in school, and this program is meant to address key points, for example, to increase attendance for girls so that they don't miss school because of menstruation, and also to reduce stigma by educating the boys, the teachers, the communities where these girls are coming from on menstrual hygiene management. Also to increase girls' leadership and their confidence so that these girls will be able to stay in class and concentrate and learn just like every other person. And the next thing that this approach addresses is it reduces cost of menstrual hygiene management products, because it provides the girls with menstrual hygiene management kits that they can take care of themselves in school when they are menstruating. Safe spaces are built in school to be able to support the girls to change and to have access to menstrual kits if they need one, so that they will be able to stay in school and learn. Also, there is this approach also incorporates teacher professional development on menstrual hygiene management topic. The next, the second innovative approach that we are developing at eBase is the social and emotional learning approach that is focused on the Ubuntu pedagogy. So this approach is this learning approach is built on the African principle of Ubuntu that says I am because you are, and the collective finger theory that says that one hand know the tie bundle. One hand know the tie bundle actually means that one hand cannot tie a bundle. So we need all hands on deck to be able to break these barriers. This cell project particularly focuses on the girls and the other kids that have been displaced into other regions in Cameroon that are safe for kids to go to school, so that these kids are able to concentrate, because kids that come from these other regions are faced with trauma. When you are teaching the child is not in class. The child is looking outside. The child is thinking to themselves, why was my mom killed? Why was my brother killed? And they are also coming from families because they are in different host regions, living with relatives. They're trying to deal with the challenges of settling with another relative. They're trying to deal with the challenge of trauma where they are coming from, and they're also trying to deal with the trauma of being a girl or just being a kid trying to adapt to a new environment and also struggling with learning. So this program is particularly designed so that the classroom is turned into a healing classroom, so that as the child goes to school, they don't only get an education, but they are also able to heal from the trauma that they have experienced from where they are coming from. Another approach that we are developing at eBase is the family toolkit that is specifically designed for the family of the child with disability. This is to bring research to the household of the child with disability to help the parents understand why it's important to send the child with disability to school, why it's important to engage in the child's school life, why it's important for you to assist your child with assignment, why it's important for you to attend a PTA meeting and speak up for your child, because we believe that whatever this child grows up to believe about themselves, it's the parent that sets the pace. And if the parent cannot set the pace based on the right information, based on what works, this child will end up not achieving the full potential. And this project is built on a holistic approach, not only focusing on education, but also on the health needs of the child, the social well-being of the child, livelihood and empowerment of the child and the family to meet their needs and for their rights to education and all these other things to be respected. Thank you.
Gracias, Nain, también por compartir la experiencia.
Thank you, Naive, for sharing that experience. I would like to thank all the members of the panel because I think that this topic was very important. We have been talking about the transformation of the educational system during these days and how not to go deeper into those groups which are excluded the most from our countries and our society. So I really appreciate that you were able to share this from your point of view and experiences and to put a name, an example to whatever is happening in the context where we live. So a big round of applause to these members of the panel. And before we leave, I would like to call Javier so he will do a closing, because if we're standing here, then it means that we are leaving. So we need to have to set the alarm for him. 5 minutes, no more. Mr. Minister, just set the alarm, please.
No, todavía no, todavía. No puede nada. No puede.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, muy brevemente.
Just briefly, because we're a little bit late, and Carla said it, well, the enthusiasm of this big party of knowledge, of learning experiences, then you feel like you want to continue listening because it's so interesting, innovation, but also because it's so hard. Talin and our colleague from eBase will leave us with a feeling of how much we have to do in terms of migration and gender equality. Well, of course, I'm not going to summarize anything. I just want to thank everybody and the members of the panel. We've got 800 people connected via streaming and the 150 that were here. And I don't have the stats from today, but it's going to be over 1,000 people that were able to be part of this and to listen to the lecture. And Luzmini can tell to her granddaughter of 10 years old. It is the grandchild. It's not the child. It's the grandchild. And to disseminate the message. As Mercedes said, we need to be in many of the projects during the semester, and we have to leave so many aside, but in the context of the topics of this seminar, we are happy there are so many representatives of the OECD in this seminar, and of course we will continue working in this huge program, SUMMA OECD, to understand this political science of the educational reforms. Secondly, we are going to be working in Africa, Asia, and Latin America in a very important project which is called ETI, that is led by De Castillo. And basically, it has to do with understanding how to have a better teachers with everything that has to do with the teacher development. And we would like to wait for those over 10 teams of research and what can we learn based on the evidence of how can we do this program in a more important. In gigs we've got so many news, but also based on what we have been talking about the data, we will have the edu data. This is a portal that we really hope that this is a portal with the statistics in the region, and it will be a reference, a cross section in a temporal manner. So we will continue with the EF, both in the topics of impact assessment, and hopefully, just like you, we're going to be working on that and the new platform, and we have been working with the platform of EF, that this new platform allow us to see the data in a more disaggregated manner in the impacts of evaluation. And the most important thing at a structural level, we are working with a financing system and a reform of the financing here in Chile. In Costa Rica, we really hope that we can do it in El Salvador in a second stage. And some topics such as the curricular area, and with Laureate and with the new director of the School of Government. And we need to reinforce the education in 3 countries. And in 10 years, we can renew the stock, not only the flow of stock of teachers, I would say a quarter of the teachers in the region. So this is a project of a high impact on this regard. This is some of the aspects that we're working. You're all invited, of course, to work with us and, of course, to share with us. So from SUMMA, we can continue learning. So I just want to finish, and before the Minister Pineda gives me an alarm, I just want to thank, especially to the ones that were behind on this initiative. It has been a long day, and I just want to give a huge hug to everybody of the team of SUMMA who has been working really hard. They have been working really, really hard on this, and I just want to put a face on this. Carla Fernandini, you have seen her. Not only she has been today here as a police officer by trying to keep the schedule, but actually she has been behind the organization of the content and throughout this on these days, and to the team of communications that allowed all of this to be present, for all of this to happen, finance, and also the ones that have to pay these all these payments, and this is a process, and the supplier of this and that. So I just want to say that behind this there is a huge effort from all the teams from SUMMA, but especially I just want to put it in communication, finance, and also the face of who have led all of this, which is Carla. And just and this is a regional project that is going to be in May of next year, and probably will be in Guatemala, Antigua. So if you start looking for the air ticket, so from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much for being with us during this 8th anniversary of SUMMA. Thank you very much.